Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, October 17th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. It was a contentious interview Wednesday night between Fox's Bret Baier and Vice President Kamala Harris, who sat down for the first time on Fox for the interview. The details from Fox's Kevin Corke.
Now, the VP did tear into former President Trump for being, quote, unfit to serve as president for a second term because he is, according to her, unstable and dangerous. But it's also fair to suggest the interview itself was dangerous terrain for the Veep, especially considering her fading support in some recent polling, which has seen her 2-point national lead dissolve to where she's now trailing the 45th president by 2 points. Now, among the many adjectives spotted online describing the Veep's interview tonight, a home run, fairly effective, should be pleased. And then there were these: train wreck, painful, and failed.
The interview was an effort to reach Republican voters. Prior to the interview, she held an event with several Republicans that endorsed her campaign. As part of a Blue Wall campaign blitz, Vice President Kamala Harris set to visit 3 cities in Wisconsin today.
Kamala Harris in Wisconsin for the 6th time since she began her presidential campaign, with stops today in Milwaukee, Green Bay, and La Crosse in the western part of the state. Harris's running mate Tim Walz toured Wisconsin Monday, his 5th visit to the state. First Lady Jill Biden is set to visit Madison on Monday, the state considered crucial and that could decide the 2024 presidential race, where polling shows a razor-thin contest leading up to Election Day. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Another momentum swing in the latest Fox News poll between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris.
The poll shows for the first time since Vice President Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee, former President Donald Trump has a slim national lead among likely voters, 50 to 48%. That's within the margin of error. Vice President Harris had a 2-point lead a month ago. By significant margins, Trump leads with men and white voters. Harris leads with women and black voters. In other key demographics, Trump leads narrowly with seniors, while Harris has a slight edge with the college-educated. What will be critical are battleground states, which the poll shows Harris has a 52 to 46% edge right now. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And former President Trump set to give the keynote address tonight at a historic charity dinner in New York City.
The annual Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation dinner, known as the Al Smith Dinner, is a white-tie charity event that features political figures poking fun at each other. Presidential nominees usually attend, but this year only one will be there, former President Trump. Vice President Kamala Harris will not, and her campaign says it's focusing on battleground states, but that she would attend as president if elected. The foundation is named for Al Smith, former governor of New York and the first Catholic to win a major party nomination for president.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Friday, October 25th, 6 to 10 a.m. Kayal Company presents The Great Mock Debate.
My fellow Americans, this is your favorite president with a big, beautiful announcement. We'll be live in the South Jersey FOP Lodge 56.
Where do they want me to go? A police hall in South Jersey. No, we defund the police in the Harris administration.
We'll see if she shows up. I don't know. We'll see about it. She's very scared. She's shaking in her boots.
Do you think the audience will wear masks? I don't want to breathe in that deplorable air. All right?
Tickets for the Great Mock Debate at South Jersey FOP Lodge 56 in Berlin Township have sold out, but you can still catch every minute live. Listen Friday, October 25th, 6 to 10 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit BradfordWhite.com.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City, celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy, performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night, with special guest, Tiny Habits, live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa, Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Do you need a pumpkin spice oil change? No, I didn't think so. What you need is the best prices on name brand tires. Right now, United Tire is doubling every manufacturer's rebate. So if tires have a manufacturer $100 rebate, you are saving $200. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Double the savings all month long. Find the location nearest you by going to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Fall is here, and you're scrambling all day. Who's got time to cook? Call and visit your nearest Captain Chucky's. Remember the always popular and delicious Smith Island Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and the mega colossal lightly breaded Scrumptious Crab Cake. Colder weather means delicious homemade soups. Captain Chucky's has a wide variety. Check out the expansive selection as close as your nearest Captain Chucky's. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit Captain Chucky's at theshore.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The eighth record close of the year. The S&P 500 up 27, the NASDAQ up 51. Shares of Morgan Stanley up over 6% after strong profits. United Airlines up over 12% to the highest level since before the pandemic. The airline's third quarter earnings beat expectations. Earnings reports today from Alaska and American Airlines and Netflix. Also today, the latest numbers on U.S. retail sales and weekly unemployment claims. The U.S. Census Bureau reports the wage gap between men and women widened for the first time in 20 years in 2023. Women working full-time earned 83 cents on the dollar compared to men last year, down a penny from 2022. Analysts say part of the reason the disruption in the job market caused by the pandemic. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The road to the White House runs through Fox.
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency.
Bret Baier interviewed Vice President Harris last night in Pennsylvania on the Fox News channel.
He has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
Hours earlier, there was a Trump town hall hosted by Harris Faulkner on Fox.
First of all, we are going to end all sanctuary cities.
The former president talked about securing the border and tackling inflation.
Your energy bill, which is a very big bill, will be down 50% starting on 1 year from January 20th.
Now, the audience was all women, and the former president was asked,
what kind of realistic change is that? Do you think you can provide single parents, married parents, any kind of parent to just simply afford children in today's world with the way things are?
I understand exactly what you're saying. We're going to readjust things so that it's fair to everybody, because it's really not fair to everybody.
That town hall was in Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the election. Another is Michigan, which had been leaning Harris's way, but Fox News Power Rankings this week changed that state to a toss-up.
The state of play in Michigan is similar to what we're seeing in a state like Pennsylvania and some of these other competitive battleground states.
Josh Kraushaar is Fox News Radio's political analyst.
There are elements of the Democratic coalition that are just not 100% on board with Kamala Harris. You look at the polling and you look at the reporting on the ground, union members not automatically Democratic as they have been in many past elections. African-American men, a big soft spot for Kamala Harris, surprisingly so. And she's been spending a lot of the final weeks on the campaign trail trying to do outreach to black voters, especially black men, going on Charlemagne the God's radio show in Michigan, and also speaking to other prominent black hosts and communicators. That is a sign she is not where she needs to be with that core Democratic constituency. And then in Michigan, you also have the Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza playing a big role in alienating both, frankly, Arab American voters who are very anti-Israel and Jewish voters who don't think the Biden administration, and Harris by extension, has been supportive enough of Israel's fight for its own security and self-defense.
All right, let's get into that. Let's get into some of these things. Let's talk about her outreach to black voters. She's on defense? Is that what you think she's on, trying to keep those voters which have been traditionally Democratic?
Well, she's playing defense and offense at the same time, but you don't want to be playing defense 3 weeks out before Election Day. I remember covering Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign and was very surprised to see her do a campaign stop in the city of Detroit, which Michigan was assumed to be leaning Democratic. Everyone assumed that black voters were going to be overwhelmingly behind Hillary Clinton. Turned out that wasn't the case. She also experienced some softness in that base supporting her in 2016, and it foreshadowed her defeat in Michigan and into the election that year. You're seeing some similar parallels right now with Kamala Harris. You heard Barack Obama, former President Obama in Pennsylvania, admonishing black men for being misogynistic and not supporting Kamala Harris more enthusiastically and noting the fact that the support isn't quite where it needs to be. So Michigan has got a sizable African-American voting base in the city of Detroit. And if, even if they vote, 70-75% for Kamala Harris, that is well short of where the numbers usually are in most other presidential elections.
All right, you mentioned Detroit. Last week, the former president stirred things up. He went to the Detroit Economic Club. There was a forum there. And he warned about what it would mean if he loses the election.
You want to know the truth? It'll be like Detroit. Our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president.
The Harris campaign turned that into a political ad. It aired in Michigan, featuring that Trump soundbite, showing images of areas of Detroit that are revitalized after the city had gone into bankruptcy like a decade ago. Is that a big deal, what he said? Does it resonate? Does it help her at all, do you think?
Well, look, I think it's playing defense, and I think it's a little too clever by half. There are a lot of Michigan voters in the suburbs that have perhaps a less, or maybe perhaps more politically correct view of Detroit. Detroit has been on the upswing, but, there are a lot of, all you have to do is go on YouTube or like look at commentary about the city of Detroit not that long ago, and you would see some more perhaps high-minded criticism of the state of governance in that city. So, I think what Trump said was sort of a politically incorrect way of expressing the views of Detroit by a lot of people who left the city, who live in the suburbs, or who don't live in, the Detroit area anymore.
You talked about unions, organized labor, huge, of course, with the big auto industry in Michigan. Former President Trump's been reaching out, trying to get those people on his side. But, the United Auto Workers Union strongly in favor of Vice President Harris. Is that just the leadership, or do you think she has a good base among those workers?
Yeah, look, I think the question that's coming up most recently in Michigan about the auto workers is about electric cars. And Trump has certainly been eager to bring that up on the campaign trail in the state about some of the mandates and regulations that the Biden administration has imposed on the car industry. And that's been a big issue, by the way, in the Michigan Senate race, big battleground state race as well. So there's an economic angle to that, which is that Ford and GM have had to do layoffs because some of their missed targets when it comes to electric vehicles. There wasn't enough demand as much as they thought, as much as the federal government thought.
Right, and he's trying to say that it's going to get worse because she's going to have all these regulations mandating these cars.
Right, and that's a very, very relevant issue. There's an economic element to the workers, and there's also I think if you look at the data, less than 9% of Americans are driving electric cars, much lower than that in Michigan. So there's just not a lot of demand, and that's what the government seems to want to persuade Americans to buy. People aren't buying the dog food, so to speak. So, that is an issue that's become a big political one in Michigan.
Okay. Immigration has been an issue. I know that it's been an issue for Mike Rogers. You referenced the Senate race there. He's talking like a lot of Republicans. Every state's a border state dealing with, the record illegal immigration that happened in at least the first couple of years of the Biden administration. Is that in Michigan a big issue like it is in a lot of other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of many, but, I do think, and this relates to the car issue. The economy is the top issue in Michigan, and
even more so, you think, than other states?
Yeah, I do, just because of Michigan has a slightly higher blue collar electorate, and that is the topic. I mean, in almost every election, you're going to see the economy dominating as the subject. But the inflation in the first years of the Biden administration, and the fact that you do have a lot of middle class Michiganders still struggling to deal with grocery bills and dealing with a pinch of inflation. That is still a lag, even though the economy has been getting better in the last year.
Okay. Now, Democrats have made abortion a big issue everywhere in this race, certainly. But in Michigan, it's not on the ballot this year. They already had, in 2022, put abortion rights and codified it into the state constitution. So it's not as big an issue for Harris to drive women out in Michigan necessarily. Am I right or wrong?
It's certainly an issue that plays to women. I mean, women, gender gap in Michigan and in states across the country is significant. Women are overwhelmingly backing Harris. Men are pretty solidly backing Donald Trump, and it's the same in the state of Michigan. Like two Western states, Arizona and Nevada, have abortion referenda on the ballot, so there's not a specific force driving voters to the polls. But this is a presidential election. They're the people who care about abortion are going to be showing up anyways.
All right, going back to the Democratic primary in Michigan earlier this year, President Biden, he was the candidate at the time. He got a protest vote. There were 13% of voters who went uncommitted in that primary, upset over the Biden policy supporting Israel and the war in Gaza, upset that there's the humanitarian crisis for Palestinians, all the deaths of Palestinian civilians. Is that at all going to continue to be an issue for Democrats? Will that have some voters staying home if they tie Vice President Harris to those policies? What do you think?
Well, look, the Arab American vote in Michigan is fairly, it's big in Dearborn. They're sizable enough in the Detroit area. But overall, as a percentage of the state electorate, it's still fairly small. Same with the Jewish vote. About 2% of the state is Jewish. But I think the real metric is the larger kind of mainstream majority. And in a swing state, there are a lot of people who are more sympathetic towards Israel, and they don't like it when Kamala Harris is pandering to some pretty radical voices on the anti-Israel left. Rashida Tlaib is not popular in the state of Michigan, even though she represents a largely Arab American congressional district in Detroit and Dearborn.
Former President Trump has made inroads. We've talked about black voters and maybe some, working class voters. Do you think that there'll be more Jewish votes that go Republican this time around?
Yeah, maybe on the margins, though. You're not seeing any evidence that there's going to be a dramatic swing. But yeah, like in a close election, especially in a state like Michigan, do margins matter? Of course. And if Kamala Harris only gets 65% of the Jewish vote rather than 75%, that would make a difference in a close race.
Now, both Trump and Harris are there on Friday campaigning. Which one of these candidates, there's these 7 toss-up states. As we look at Michigan and its 15 electoral votes, which one of the candidates do you think could afford to lose it more?
Trump. Definitely. I think Trump needs to win Pennsylvania is sort of the key blue wall state that is going to decide this election. Could Trump lose Wisconsin and Michigan, win Pennsylvania, and then win the Sun Belt states and get to 270? Sure. That's probably the most logical playbook for the Trump campaign. If Harris loses Michigan, she's going to need to pick off one of those more conservative Sun Belt states like North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, to compensate the loss of Michigan, and that would be I think a much more damaging loss for Harris. And by the way, Michigan did vote for Trump in 2016, but it's been a pretty reliably Democratic state going back to the Clinton years.
Josh Kraushar, Fox News Radio political analyst. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dave.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. How much I love the work they've done in my home. Love the new patio doors. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time. For the month of October, Chapman is giving you the chance to receive a $1,000 credit toward a new front door. You simply send them a photo of your current front door. Everyone who sends in a photo gets $500 credit toward a new door, while the person with the door most in need for some TLC receives that $1,000 in credit. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, door with side lights like I have, their experienced project consultants can help you choose the perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, just give them a call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Did you know that thousands of New Jersey cats need your help? Over 1,800 cats and dogs were euthanized in New Jersey shelters, most being cats. Animal Welfare Association's Trap Neuter Return Program humanely controls cat populations, saving lives. The mobile animal sterilization hospital clinics provide affordable spay-neuter services. Plus, AWA's Raining Cats program has found homes for more than 400 cats in the last 90 days. Join us in making a difference. Donate or adopt at awanj.org.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Vice President Kamala Harris interviewed by Fox's Brett Baier Wednesday night. At one point, Baier questioned Harris about why she was unable to accomplish her goals during her years in office.
If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
Former President Trump addressing a Latino crowd in Miami last night in a town hall hosted by Univision, vowing to lower inflation if he returns to the Oval Office.
4 years ago, you had no inflation. Now you have record-setting inflation. What they've done to this country is incredible in so many different ways.
And the Archdiocese of Los Angeles has agreed to pay $800 million to settle childhood sex abuse claims. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Dodgers' bats exploded in Game 3 of the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers shut out the Mets 8-0 Wednesday night at Citi Field, taking a 2-1 lead in the best-of-7 series. Kike Hernandez gave the Dodgers a 4-run cushion in the 6th inning with a 2-run home run before Shohei Ohtani put the game on ice in the 8th. Ohtani launched a towering 3-run blast that barely stayed fair above the foul pole in right field. The Dodgers got 4 scoreless innings from starter Walker Buehler before the bullpen took it the rest of the way. First pitch for Game 4 is scheduled for Thursday at 8:08 Eastern. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Gather your family and friends for the Buddy Walk and Family Fun Day on Sunday, October 20th at Lincoln Financial Field. Let's celebrate individuals with Down syndrome and have a fun morning. Proceeds benefit CHOP's Trisomy 21 program and the National Down Syndrome Society. Learn more at buddywalk.chop.edu.
Now, the big wireless companies want to limit you to two choices when it comes to data, unlimited or unlimited. And guess what? Both are stupidly expensive. Now stop overpaying for data that you're never, ever going to use. That's like paying for a pot of coffee when all you need is a cup, or filling your entire truck bed full of gas when you only need a tank. Now, with Pure Talk, my cell phone company, you get to choose how much data that you actually want and need. And for example, for $25 a month, you'll get unlimited talk and text, 5 gigs of data, which is more than enough, and they'll include mobile hotspot and roaming in 50-plus countries. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get America's best 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW, and do it now. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month. The switch is simple, fast, and easy. No contract to sign, no activation fee, and you keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword SAVE NOW, the same service for much less, for about half, from Pure Talk.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or with unfiled tax returns. Write this number down, 800-373-0322. The IRS has ended COVID forgiveness and they are cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to hear about our tax debt reduction programs. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, we still can help you. You may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a mere fraction of what you owe or for other resolution programs. Tax Relief Helpers has tax agents available now for a free consultation. TRH has already helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning them an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. If you or your business owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands to the IRS, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Call our relief hotline now to see what savings you may qualify for at 800-373-0322. 800-373-0322. Once again, that's 800-373-0322.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Do you know a veteran in need? After leaving the military, many veterans struggle to find their way home. Because to a veteran, home isn't just a place, it's an idea, a feeling. Nation's Finest understands the challenges veterans face. Through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, we help veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada. For more than 50 years, we've helped thousands of veterans in these communities build happy, healthy, and purposeful lives. And our team is committed to supporting those who've served and their families for another 50. To get help, visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Football's in full swing. While the players are making moves on the field, you can make the ultimate move with a beautiful engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers. The holidays will be here sooner than you think, so stop into Cozy Jewelers and huddle up with Paul Cozy and pick out a custom engagement ring that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square, or cozyjewelers.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, October 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We have a loaded Thursday show for you that will include Will Cain from Fox News.
What?
Fox and Friends Weekend. The Will Cain Show. The Will Cain Podcast. Another guy with a bazillion jobs, and I like him because he took the same career path I decided to take. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Did you watch television last night, Dawn?
I watched Little Bear versus Kamala.
Little Bear? Okay.
Little Bear.
All right, Little Bear. Little Billy Bear, Little Brett Bear.
Yeah. And the Veep and Bucks.
The Veep and Bucks.
Got that going on.
Trump. Harris Faulkner. Gregory.
Hi. Yeah, we have Brett Baer versus Kamala Harris, and Nick Kayal, just for you, Dave Bautista versus Hulk Hogan. I have that coming up on the cut sheet this morning. Dave Bautista versus Hulk Hogan.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Wow. We got a loaded show for you today, and I know many of you enjoyed what you saw on Fox last night at 6 o'clock. I watched it. I watched it live, and I watched it from beginning to end. We will get to that coming up at 6:30. I would love to make it the big take, but there's also... See, this is the interesting thing. This is the interesting thing about putting a show together from the construction of a show standpoint. What happened with Brett Baer and Kamala Harris is far more salacious. But I actually think what I wrote a few hours earlier in the big take is more relevant to your everyday life. Maybe that'll make sense in a few minutes, and we'll hope to paint that picture for you, because it was not a good day yesterday, not just for Kamala, but for Democrats when it comes to crime.
Let me ask you guys a question before we get into anything.
Okay.
Were any minds changed?
Because let me find your drop.
I love sticking people.
Go ahead.
Were any minds changed? Because if you look at right-wing reaction, everybody's like, Kamala was a disaster. If you look at left-wing Twitter, Drudge being one of those cat eats fox. So they're taking a victory lap on their side. So no minds were changed.
CNN's headline, Harris clashes with Fox anchor as she tries to win over voters.
Yeah, it was...
Neutral headline from CNN. MSNBC did. Kamala Harris's Fox News interview said more about Brett Baer than it did her. Like, dude, I mean, I get it. I'm not all for it, but I understand when MSNBC wants to rip a Fox person. But, like, Brett Baer is the most milquetoast vanilla guy until last night. So, I mean, I think he's got a lot of cachet, a great reputation. Now, if MSNBC tried to say that about Sean Hannity, who's more of an opinion guy, I mean, come on, we're really going to attack Brett Baer?
What?
Oh, his job was on the line.
What was her?
He was so criticized for doing that interview in the first place because everybody said, "Oh, great! All the Never Trumpers and the Nikki Haley fans will watch this, and will this take them to the other side?" So his job. I'm not even kidding you. His job was on the line. If he did a puff interview.
I don't think he would have, and I had a feeling he would not. I think the Trump supporters out there, and I'll do this.
I love sticking people.
I'll stick people now. I think all of you that hate Brett Baer owe that man an apology. How about that? Brett Baer held Trump's feet to the fire. Yeah, he's a journalist, and he did the same thing to Kamala Harris. So how about giving him an apology? Because everybody he's not Tucker. Of course he's not Tucker. He's the 6 o'clock news guy. He's straight down the middle. That's why I can't watch the show. It puts me to sleep. But give the guy credit for what he did last night.
What was her job last night? What was Kamala Harris's job last night?
To answer the questions and the follow-up questions.
Nope, that was not. That was absolutely not her job.
That was not her. To filibuster.
Her job last night.
She shows up at 5:17.
Her job last night was
to say that she showed up.
Was the marching orders from David Plouffe and the old Obama crew was to go in there and remind the Republicans, the 158,000 Republicans in Pennsylvania that voted for Nikki Haley, why they think Donald Trump is a horrible person. That was her job last night. And
that's what I just said. That's what I just said about Nikki Haley. That was my point.
But that was her job, and that's exactly what she did. Her job wasn't there to win over Nick Kayal or Dawn Stensland or Greg Stocker.
No, of course not.
Her job there was to win over those Republicans that might not really want to vote for Trump, but probably won't vote for her.
So she was able to win people over by being defensive.
She did
9 seconds into the interview.
Again, I
watched it from beginning to end.
I didn't say she. That was what I'm saying is that was her job. I don't know if she succeeded in it, but that was her job.
Wow. We disagree. I thought she looked atrocious. I mean,
I didn't say
Donald Trump looked more comfortable and soft-spoken in front of females than she did in front of the friendliest interview you're ever going to get on Fox. Because if that was anybody other than Brett Baer, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., it would have actually been worse. She might have actually got up and left. I mean, we can get into it because I do want to get to the news and the big take. But
let's stay on track today. We have Will Kane at 9:30. We really have to hit this on time.
Yes, we do. We have to hit everything today, in and out, with the jingles, as we have on the other drop board. All right, we'll get to the big take. We'll get to Brett Baer, I promise. I know a lot of you are ready for your pound of flesh. We will give you that opportunity. But before all of that, let's give Dawn the opportunity to get through the news. Round number 1 is 6:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Thursday morning, October 17th, and we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So one man is hurt and recovering after what police are calling this random attack by a stranger. This man was on a SEPTA bus early this morning in Philadelphia, and he was attacked with, a meat cleaver. So this is on Broad Street in the city's Spring Garden section. So right over there, if you think about Spring Garden, you think about CBS 3 is over there, a lot of businesses over there. Bus driver pulls up in front of Philadelphia Police Headquarters to get help. And luckily, there was a 9th District police officer right outside the station there, coming outside when the bus stopped. Passenger was able to run out, tell the officer what was going on. Officer jumps into action, and thank God for that. But the individual with the meat cleaver started chanting some crazy things, and this 45-year-old man attacked another 45-year-old man with the cleaver. This happened on the bus, causing this guy, the victim, who was just riding the bus early in the morning. They don't know each other, but he suffered hand and defensive head wounds. So a lot of blood, a lot of bleeding, got him to the hospital. He's in stable condition right now.
Boy, I tell you what, the news the last 2 days is perfect for the big take I'm going to have on the FBI crime data being scrubbed. I mean, yesterday, nurses being knocked over by getaway vehicles at a hospital.
Yeah.
And now we have a meat cleaver.
Meat cleaver on SEPTA.
Oh, my God.
And to your point, so think about, because the victim in this one,
head wounds and hand wounds, what will that be classified as in the crime report? So you think about the terror that caused. Eight people questioned on the bus stood and gave their accounts to police for the full police report and all of that. But you think about how that'll look in a column, right, in the police report, and how it really manifested in real time and the impact on SEPTA.
I mean, what's next? What's the next object we can use? Dawn, do you have one of those little carrot shredders at home that you use to peel the outer layer of the carrot?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the next thing that pops up in a crime report.
My gosh.
My God, a meat cleaver.
And we also have a man killed. He was shot inside a takeout restaurant. This happened in Philadelphia's Hunting Park neighborhood last night, about 9 o'clock last night, at the restaurant there in the 800 block of West Erie Avenue. Police say that surveillance video shows the 34-year-old victim and then the gunman in this case in some kind of, having words before shots were fired. So it's unclear what started that verbal altercation there, but after the gunfire, both the suspect and the victim, walk out. Victim collapses on the sidewalk, rushed to Temple University Hospital, later pronounced dead. This happened inside a Chinese restaurant, so police investigating that one. I do want to mention that former One Direction singer Liam Payne, who was just 31 years old. This is just a horrifying story. He's obviously a chart-topping British boy band, global following, a lot of fans. They're saying he fell from a hotel balcony in Buenos Aires, but police have said, did he fall? Did he jump? There are different stories here.
Yeah, there are reports of somebody, an aggressive man who may have been under the effects of drugs and alcohol.
Yikes.
So that's just a report, but I'm just saying, we don't know if it's related. But,
Oh.
yeah. 31 years old.
I haven't heard the name One Direction brought up in like 15 years.
But just kind of a shocking story. But he Payne himself, I know, had struggles with addiction, so we don't know the full story here. But obviously, a lot of people, has gone viral. I mentioned SEPTA, our top story this morning, as far as meat cleaver attack.
Mike Carr, that's just not right.
What?
It says he fell in one direction. I mean, that's not. That's
well, when you're up high, the only direction you can go is down.
It's just wrong.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
Ouch.
It's just wrong.
Here's SEPTA right now. Think about their ridership, trying to get it back, and you have the meat cleaver attack early this morning. And at the same time, SEPTA held its first hearing for the proposed fare hikes for bus, train, subway, trolley commuters could face these fare hikes. The transit company wants to get rid of travel wallet discounts and make the basic fare $2.50, no matter what way you pay. So SEPTA fare hike. They say that the fare jumpers, and remember just what was that last week? You had the fare jumpers that I reported on who were on the bus. The bus driver made them get off after a time, and they shot up the bus and some ladies on the bus.
Mm-hmm.
But the real problem here is people aren't paying, and that's why everybody pays.
Meat cleavers, people. It's just. Yeah. We need to stop with public transportation. This is just, we can't have nice things because we're a third world country.
If you can't afford a car, then you should just walk.
It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know what to say.
I know. It's really bad.
Meat cleavers. Lord.
I was trying not to say anything in the news today so we could stay on time, but these stories are so outlandish. I feel like I'm not doing my job if I don't say something.
I'm sucking you in.
My God.
I know, it's insane. We have so much, and I know that we'll get to all, of course, Greg's, the cut sheet and Nick's commentary on Vice President Harris here in our area at Washington Crossing, Bucks County, and then, of course, on Fox News. So much to talk about. Elon Musk is in our area in Delaware County today. So Elon Musk is stumping on the campaign trail, making a visit. So all of that and more coming up today. There's so much jam-packed. Piazza Auto Group, our sponsor, exploring the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Range Rover, Discovery, Defender models. Find the vehicle that is perfect for you with our latest special offers. Visit Land Rover Westchester, Willow Grove, or Wilmington for a personalized test drive. We are warming up in the forecast, especially, I mean, we're in a drought by now. If you notice, everything is so dry. It looks like we're mid-fall instead of early fall. So we don't have any rain or precipitation in the forecast. We begin that all-important warm-up as tomorrow will be in the low 70s, the weekend mid-70s. So we do have some beautiful weather in store for you. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning brought to you by Philly Taste Festival, as Kamala Harris was exposed by friendly fire 3 times in the last 2 days. Yesterday's Big Take was centered around America's information war. But by the time we got off the air on Wednesday, it was Kamala Harris on the receiving end of information that is damning to her campaign and party, and it came via those in the mainstream media who usually shield the Democrats from being wounded by words and facts. Real Clear Investigations, CNN, and Charlemagne the God. First of all, we'll start with Real Clear Investigations, not necessarily an ally of Kamala Harris, but this really debunks a ton of data and allegations that Harris, Biden, and the Democrats have made over the last 3 years, confirming what many of us have believed for quite some time. Crime is not down in America. Crime is merely underreported. There is no different. And there is no difference, honestly, than the economy. Think about this. The Biden-Harris administration has lied about jobs, right? They come out and say, well, look at all these new jobs we created, only to retract those figures a few months later. And then it gets reported that these jobs never existed at all, or they're part-time jobs, or they're bounce-back jobs post-pandemic. The Bureau of Labor will then say, whoops, well, we added over 800,000 jobs that never existed in the first place. It's all smoke and mirrors. The same with crime, as the FBI comes out and basically admits crime is not down 2.1%. In fact, it is up 4.5%. John R. Lott of Real Clear Investigations uncovering this major story yesterday that went viral as the FBI stealth edited their numbers by quietly revising their violent crime stats. They go on to report in this story the following. Quote, when the FBI originally released the final crime data for 2022, in September of 2023, it reported that the nation's violent crime rate fell by 2.1%. This quickly became and remains a Democratic Party talking point to counter Donald Trump's claims of soaring crime. But the FBI has quietly revised those numbers, releasing new data that shows violent crime increased in 2022 by 4.5%. The new data includes thousands of more murders, rapes, robberies, and aggravated assaults. The Bureau, which has been at the center of partisan storms, made no mention of these revisions in its September 2024 press release. RCI discovered the change through a cryptic reference on the FBI website that states the 2022 violent crime rate has been updated for inclusion in CIUS 2023. But there is no mention that the numbers increased. One only sees the change by downloading the FBI's new crime data and comparing it to the file released last year. After the FBI released its new crime data in September, a USA Today headline read, violent crime dropped for third straight year in 2023, including murder and rape. And it's been over 3 weeks since the FBI released the revised data. The Bureau's lack of acknowledgement or explanation about the significant change concerns researchers. That is according to Real Clear Investigations. So when you hear Dawn talking about meat cleavers, yeah, crime is up. So what does this mean? Well, once again, Donald Trump was right. Here was Trump and Kamala Harris back on September 10th in the rigged ABC debate talking about crime. Listen and watch this.
Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst.
ABC owes Donald Trump and all of you an apology. And David Muir once again lying to the American public. All right, enough with crime under Democrats. Let's move along. Let's get to round 2 of Friendly Fire. Here was CNN's K-File with Andrew Kaczynski chatting with Aaron Burnett as they researched and found out that Kamala Harris, when it comes to energy, no good. Listen and watch this.
Aaron, and this really shows sort of just how far left that Kamala Harris got in that 2019 Democratic primary when she was running with Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. She was making this extremely bold promise that she was going to take the U.S. oil industry, possibly criminally prosecute them for their role in climate change. She compared it to big tobacco, saying they knew the effects of climate change, but they hid it from the public. Now we saw there, fast forward to 2024, what are her and Tim Walz doing? They are touting the record domestic oil production from those same oil companies during the Biden-Harris administration. And, well, how big of a shift is this? Well, take a listen to just one of those comments from 2019.
Will you order your Justice Department and your Attorney General to investigate Chevron and Shell companies for their part in and their damage to our planet in this climate crisis?
I'm saying about these big oil companies and these fossil fuel companies, look, you should be really prepared to look at a serious fine or be charged with a crime. And they need to pay the price. So yes is the answer.
Kudos to CNN and K-File for what they have done recently and trying to be fairly accurate with not just crushing Trump, but going after Kamala Harris for her exposed lies with all of the receipts. Andrew Kaczynski's doing a great job. But if you want cheaper gas and cheaper bills from PECO, it's very simple. You have to vote for Donald Trump. And if fracking is as important as we all believe it is in Pennsylvania, you also have to vote for Donald Trump. But finally, we get to Charlemagne the God, who I ripped to shreds yesterday. But I went back and listened and watched his entire interview. And I do want to give him credit for putting Kamala Harris in a unenviable position on the Breakfast Club. Again, it was a total hack interview. I think the callers were staged, but he did press her on the border. Listen and watch this.
But doesn't the Biden administration have to take some blame for the border, though? A lot of the blame? Because, I mean, the first 3 years, y'all did get a lot of things wrong with the border.
No, Charlemagne, within hours of being inaugurated, the first bill we passed before we did the Inflation Reduction Act, before we did the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, before we did the Safer Communities Act to deal with gun violence, first thing we dropped was a bill to fix the broken immigration system.
Notice how she got testy right at the beginning of her answer, a prelude of what was to come with Brett Baer in a much more hostile environment last night. And yes, the border is broken because they undid Trump's policies with executive orders and allowed 15 million plus people to enter the country illegally. They created a problem, and now they're running on trying to solve the problem that they created intentionally. It's sheer lunacy. You'll hear Trump's stance on the border and illegal immigration that he shared in his women's town hall yesterday on Fox News with Harris Faulkner coming up later in the show. Also, Kamala Harris with Brett Baer coming up at the bottom of the hour, and we'll get to that shortly. But I do believe that Democrats are concerned. They are worried. They are panicking. I truly believe that. And how could they not be? 4 years of trying to eradicate Trump, and the guy appears to be stronger than ever. But how far will they go? I mean, we've already seen 2 plotted assassination attempts, and we have 19 days to go. Politico now reporting that Kamala Harris has hundreds of lawyers on call in all 50 states to prepare for a massive legal juggernaut as they prepare to go to court over the electoral count. Why would you be preparing that if you think everything is in your favor and you're doing well? In Georgia, a state judge just ruled that officials in counties overseeing elections have to certify results even if voter fraud is suspected. And we've also seen other states that are suing to prevent the surveillance of Dropbox cameras. Now ask yourself why. Why would anybody sue over surveillance? Because as we know, the tape doesn't lie. So where are we headed? Mark Halperin was a guest on the Tucker Carlson show, and he had this to say about what could happen if Donald Trump pulls off the victory. Listen and watch this final clip.
to that.
I say this not flippantly. I think it will be the cause of the greatest mental health crisis in the history of the country. I think tens of millions of people will question their connection to the nation, their connection to other human beings, their connection to their vision of what their future for them and their children could be like. And I think that will be require an enormous amount of access to mental health professionals. I think it'll lead to trauma in the workplace. I think there'll be some degree of
Are you being
protest. 100% serious. 100% serious. I think there'll be alcoholism. There'll be broken marriages. There'll be
What?
Yeah. They think he's the worst person possible to be president, and having won by the hand of Jim Comey and Fluke in 2016, and then performed in office for 4 years and denied who won the election last time, and January 6th, the fact that under a fair election, America chose by the rules pre-agreed to Donald Trump again, I think it will cause the biggest mental health crisis in the history of America.
Translation, TDS on steroids 2.0. But he has to win first. And that's no guarantee. And despite how bad Kamala Harris is, and she is bad, she can absolutely win this election. And she can absolutely win this election legitimately and not by cheating. Because the most simple question is this. As we've broken down this election 5,000 ways to Sunday, here is the most simple question. And this is the riddle that you need to solve. Does the love for Donald Trump outweigh the hatred for Donald Trump? If you can solve that, you'll arrive at who wins on November 5th. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Philly Taste Festival. Don't miss Taste Philadelphia this weekend. Valley Forge Casino. Taste and sample from Philadelphia's top restaurants, breweries, and distilleries. Top Food Network chefs and trick-or-treat magic from John Dorenbos. Tickets on sale right now at PhillyTasteFest.com, and you must be 21 or older. 855-839-1210. If you have thoughts on the FBI and their fudging of crime numbers, you can weigh in. Or if you're chomping at the bit for the Brett Baer Kamala Harris conversation, we'll get into our takeaways and reactions. Coming up next, it's Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Looking ahead to Thursday night, the start of Week 7. Broncos at Saints. I don't love the spread on this game, so I'm going to take this 3-leg same-game parlay for this game. Alvin Kamara on the over for rushing yards. Bo Nix on the over 1.5 for passing touchdowns. Rashid Shaheed on the over receiving yards. Take those 3 bets, combine them together for a same-game parlay, plunk down $5, you get $300 in bonus bets if you win. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up now, make every moment more this season. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet switch expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Columbus Day Mega Sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 631.
Have you no empathy, man?
Let's get to it. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. So let's get right to the Brett Baer, Kamala Harris interview. Some instant takeaways I had. I was just jotting some things down on my legal pad as I was watching this last night. Number one, I think some of you owe Brett Baer an apology. Number two, I thought that was a masterclass. And again, I'm not a journalist. I'll defer to Dawn on that in a second. But I thought that was a masterclass in journalism, in interviewing, in being prepared, being persistent, hitting up with repeat follow-ups while not being an a-hole. I thought he was adversarial, which I think is fine, which I think is good, which is what you're supposed to do without being an a-hole. I thought Kamala got a dose of what Trump's had to deal with for 8 years from the mainstream media. I don't think Kamala Harris could endure more of that. I don't think she could do 8 more of those interviews, much less deal with that for 8 or 9 years. And I also think if she was down in an attempt to get males, probably a fail. In an attempt to get rhinos, I think, if you have the Nikki Haley Republican, I think you probably had that person already. But here's the one thing I would say about that. I think those really, really, really moderate Republicans probably respect Brett Baer. So I don't think that they come away saying, boy, she handled that great. Because if you were watching it last night, I mean, this thing exploded in about 8 seconds. I mean, he came right out of the gate like a bat out of hell with the immigration. He had all of the receipts last night, by the way. He knew where she was going to twist and turn and pivot. It was like scouting an opposing football team where you knew exactly what they would be lined up in based on the way you presented your play to them, and you knew the weak spot, and then you attacked with it. I mean, he's like, let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tape. We've got this tape. Here's what you said about that. I've never seen, and I'm not trying to oversell this for the sake of radio, but Dawn, I have never seen a reporter, and we've seen bombastic reporters. Like we saw that blowhard for Bloomberg where he just would not shut up and let Trump answer the question. I thought Brett went right up to the line of being over the top, but he didn't cross it. And you could tell she's not comfortable being called out. She's no different than Jerry Jones. She does not want to be questioned. Your thoughts?
First of all, he made that look easy, because think about, reportedly the backstory is he had 75 questions ready to go. So he was prepared, and this is an example of being prepared and being good to go. Then the report is that they said to the vice president's people that they would be ready to go right at 5:00. And they said they did need some time to turn this around, because he obviously anchors the 6:00 news. So they essentially had an hour, probably 55 minutes to play with, or 50 minutes to play with, something of that nature. So they said, come in by 5:15 so that we can at least have, a good amount of time, whatever that looks like, 20, 30 minutes, whatever you want to give us. And then we still can turn this around, because they did it what's called live to tape, but they just still they want to turn it around, right? So at this point, the story was that she came in and sat down by 5:17, because remember, this is union, so she sits down, the union guys, mic her up and so on and so forth. They set everything. So let's say they go 5:17, 5:20, and then they were wrapping him hard within about 20 minutes. So he had about 20 minutes. And it felt like a lot in that 20 minutes. So just setting that scene. So he's sitting there waiting, for 17 minutes, ready to go and fully prepared. And she comes in, and then boom, out of the box, that explosive nature of that happened. I will just say, from an interviewing standpoint, with his hushed, raspy whisper voice that he has.
And he was professional. He wasn't demonstrative.
No, he's from
right?
from Rumsfeld, New Jersey. But I said, this guy's got Southern influence. I lived a little bit in the South. Sure enough, he went to a prominent private Catholic school in high school in Atlanta, Georgia. He has that Southern gentlemanly, yes, ma'am, I apologize, I'm interrupting you, but he handled that with such grace. If I were still teaching as an adjunct professor of journalism class, I would show that, like you said, master class, because I thought that they knew that she was going to filibuster when they started out, and then she kept talking, and she was going to use her same good old go-to talking point of, excuse me, I'm not finished. Excuse me, I'm talking. And so just weaving in that whisper, polite little Southern, I'm sorry, interrupting, but I want to get to the... And so what he did was he interrupted her memorized talking points that she had.
Right.
And you saw, but here's the thing I will also say, you saw some breakthrough moments. The clip that's being played, and here's the problem with all of this, the best moment for her, one of the best moments, was when she very decisively stated, and this was probably halfway through, that my administration will be different from Joe Biden.
That was her moment.
Let me be clear.
Let me be clear. This will not be a continuation.
So that was a great moment for her.
It was. I saw, yep, you're absolutely right. I thought she also had a pretty decent moment, because it went, and I know we'll play the clips as we move along, the cut sheet. We've got a ton of stuff to get to audio-wise with this. I mean, it went from immigration into a little bit of the transition to the taxpayer transgender sex changes into the economy.
She did not like that transgender clip.
She did not, but there was also
see that look like that.
Yeah.
That stink face.
Because he had the receipts. But there was a moment where she said something to the effect of, and I think it was on the transgender procedures, where I thought she had a decent moment. If in fact this is true, I was not live fact checking this like some bozo for CNN. But she said, Trump also had these procedures that were occurring during his administration in prisons.
But then he said, but Trump has gone back on that and said
Okay.
has clarified that to
Right.
say maybe those were the laws.
Yes.
But it didn't happen.
The one thing I wish we would have seen, and look, again, I think I have more professional, not respect, not admiration, but nobody's really ever said Brett Baer's a hack, he's a liar, he's a con artist, anything like that. The opinion people get labeled that, and I hate the fact that they do, but they're also showmen, right? So Brett Baer claimed that during the interview, 4 staffers, I believe the number.
This was at the end.
Were waving, like, say, to wrap it up. I wish, and they showed, Brett Baer tweeted a picture out of the setup of the interview, which is, right across from each other, face to face. I wish Fox would have had the whole room with a camera, because I would love to see these people basically, like, throwing in the towel and like Rocky IV. Like,
let's listen to that part of the interview.
Okay.
This is cut 17, Phil. This is Brett Baer at the very end of the interview says, hey, look, they're giving me the rap sign here. This is cut 17, Phil. Go.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who was giving? So
4
her
of
handlers.
her handlers.
Yes.
Phil, can you pull up cut 18? This is the cut you're talking about, Nick, where he says that 4 of her staffers were waving their hands back and forth to stop the interview.
Yeah, I think this was in their post game where they had Dana Perino and Harold Ford and a few others.
So think about what time it is. So they started around 5:17, 5:20, and now they've gone 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So they still could go 5 more minutes
Sure.
or 10 more minutes.
Sure.
And he wanted to pursue this.
Yeah.
Her people were like, we're done.
Because I think
hard rap.
this was at around 6:40 live on television in the post-interview analysis because they had a panel to break down her performance. This is what Greg's referencing.
Cut 18, go.
Dana, you've been on the other side. You've been on the rapper as a press secretary interviewing a president. And, I'm talking like 4 people waving their hands. Like, it's got to stop. So, Martha, I had to dismount there at the end. There's so many things, and she maybe should do more of these. Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap.
Well, I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
to meet you. It's good to meet you. Wonderful.
Yeah.
But the reason he did that, this is important. He could have kept, but you have to, as the main anchor, and you are the marquee person at Fox News. You're the man, right? And so what would, Peter Jennings or whoever you want to mention, like, Walter Cronkite, would they have kept going? He made a decision there because what he decided was, I'm going to show them respect. I'm going to do what they're saying because you heard him repeatedly throughout the evening. I hope she comes back. That he was nice enough and kind enough. I hope you come back.
Mhm.
And he's trying very hard. And he invited Trump.
Yeah.
As
Right.
well. Trump, by the way, did release a statement, told Brett Baer, great job, said that Harris could not talk about any other subject than Trump.
Well, let's get into that because
That was her job.
That was Stalker. Yes. Go ahead, Stalker, if you could reiterate your opinion from like 6:02 this morning.
Her job yesterday, and everybody's jumping down my throat saying, well, if that was her job, then she failed. I didn't say she succeeded. I'm telling you what her job was. Her job was not to influence or change the minds of Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenslin, or Greg Stalker. Her job last night was to reach out to those 158,000 voters for Nikki Haley in Pennsylvania and other states that are kind of on the fence, probably won't vote for her, but aren't going to vote for Trump. And her job was to get out there and to just talk about Trump and what, she perceives as what a horrible human being he is.
Okay.
That was her
Yep.
job. Trump. She wasn't there to answer any interviews. She wasn't there to do anything else. Just talk about Trump.
Right. Here's what I would say in reply to that is if you're trying to reach 150,000, which by the way, that's enough to win the election. I mean, the last election was decided by 44,000 votes in 3 states. So to me, if your goal is to win over the never Trump Republicans by bashing Trump, I would like to think in a sane world, that's not enough to grab these on the fence, undecided people. If it is, then there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing any of us can do about that. That speaks more poorly on these people that it took Kamala Harris not answering questions, not giving a solution to the problem she created, not having a solution to whatever COVID created, supply chains created, reckless spending from her boss, Joe Biden, created. If that's enough to get her, and again, not saying that you're saying she succeeded in that, but if that is the goal, and some people, female or male, watched that and said, all right, you know what? I was undecided, but she did a good enough job. I think that speaks more to them, these undecideds, than it does anybody else. And it's your right. If you want to vote for Kamala Harris because you think she has a nice freckle on her cheek, knock yourself out.
This campaign is making a calculated effort. And yesterday in Washington Crossing, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, when she was there with other Republicans, going on Brett Baer, he's not Sean Hannity, he's not Jesse Waters. They think that his audience is a more moderate Republican. Her job yesterday, what they're going after are these Republicans that are not going to vote for Trump, that are kind of sitting on the fence if they're voting for her or not. That is her only job. And by the way, if you listen to like lefties like Will Bunch, who wrote an article the other day, like they're not happy that they're courting these Republicans. Liberals think that she should be courting the far left and screw the Republicans.
I would argue she has the far left already.
But according to Will Bunch, and he's the speaker of the lefties, he thinks that she's alienating that group by trying to get this group. So it's a calculated effort.
So Will Bunch doesn't want the Nikki Haley Republican?
He thinks her time would be better spent if she went after the pro-Hamas.
See, that's stupid. In my opinion, that's foolish and stupid. Because I would
they have Jill Stein.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, Jill Stein is on the ballot in Pennsylvania and some of our swing states. I'll just say this.
Yep.
I was doing my own focus group with different moms. And during the interview, I was saying, my fear is that Nikki Haley never Trumpers will feel that Kamala Harris is holding her own in a tough interview with Brett Baer. This is my texting back and forth. None of them, they all have, no, the kids are watching a movie or the kids were at this game or blah, 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 blah. They weren't watching it. And so what they're going to see is all the clips. So what are you hearing today? You're hearing the clips where the number one clip we talked about, the number two clip that you're hearing, and that's on the so-called mainstream media and trending on social media, is the one where she pushes back about the clip that you know what I'm going to say.
Yep, and we'll get to all the clips for sure. And we'll get to them as we continue and in the cut sheet. 855-839-1210. I'm going to hit every out time today like a champ. Unlike Neil Cavuto, I will get out on time. We'll continue. Kayal and Company back after this.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6. Whether it's cheesesteak, meatball, or Italian, get any classic hoagie for just $6. Gotta have a Wawa.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities dead.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters, cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1call.org.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Why would you even cover that?
Kayal and Company covering it all. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. I've also got an email to read. I'm going to put the glasses over the bridge of the nose like it's 2005 and read an email on the radio. We'll do that coming up later in today's show. Cut sheet 745. We've got all the audio from Trump with Harris Faulkner, Kamala Harris with Brett Baer. We'll get to that this morning, and also Will Cain from Fox and Friends Weekend and Fox News, the Will Cain Show. He'll join us coming up at 9:30 this morning. Just to wrap for this hour, because we will continue this conversation throughout the morning. So right towards the end of that last segment, we were talking about how Will Bunch was saying that Kamala shouldn't try to court these never-Trumpers, these Nikki Haley Rhino Republicans, and keep pushing further and further to the far left and, basically gobbling up every one of those individuals, which I already think she has. But to me, if that would be the strategy, it would be a flawed strategy. Much like I think it's a flawed strategy for Trump not to court, or to not, or at least not try to court, independents or even some moderate Democrats. Remember, we had a caller, I think it was Mike from the Lehigh Valley, who considered himself more of a conservative Democrat, and he's voted for Donald Trump. So I think it's smart, and I do think in general, for her to go on Fox News or for Trump to sit down with women, I think all of these are, in theory, smart tactical decisions, because you have your base, and both have their base, right? No matter who the Democrats install, they're going to have their base. And Trump's base is 74 million plus strong, but the base is not enough to carry you to the finish line. And we're seeing all these different numbers coming out. We're seeing all these different people advocating for both candidates. Hell, we've reached a point now where former wide receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Antonio Brown in Pittsburgh, is linked up with Donald Trump Jr., J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump. He's trying to register people to vote in Western Pennsylvania. And Dawn, you mentioned earlier this morning, I think in the news, Elon Musk coming to Pennsylvania, where today he'll be in Philadelphia, and he's also going to be in Harrisburg and Pittsburgh at dates TBD as we move forward here this month. And in order to attend, in case anybody in this audience would like to attend to the Philadelphia one, or maybe make the quick trek out to Harrisburg, all you have to do is be a registered voter in Pennsylvania and then go to America.com and sign up to support the First and the Second Amendments. And you can attend these rallies. I mean, this is where we are at now, where we've got 3 former Democrats or people that are more left-leaning and liberal on Team Trump. Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk. And we've got the Bushes and the Cheneys and the Romneys backing the Democrat.
Trump is calculating going after people who normally don't vote, because if you look at if you believe polls, which I don't, but a new Gallup poll says that independents, the switch towards Democrats, just went in a 9-point
in Kamala's favor
swing in Kamala's favor. So I don't think they're courting those votes. I think they're trying to get the people who probably won't vote but might vote. You know what I mean? Like those people that may have voted twice in their lifetime. Those are the type of people I think that the Trump campaign is, and it could work. It could be a very smart strategy. I think those are the people that they're going after.
It is going to be fascinating to look at the exit polls post-November 5th and see where each candidate ended up being in certain demos with certain groups of people. And we will obviously have that throughout the month of November and into December. 855-839-1210. News on the other side. And, oh, man, I've got an email. Oh, the tolerant, friendly, hate has no home here Democrat Party. We've got to read an email that a listener of ours forwarded along to us. And it's a little graphic towards the end. Stick around. You're going to want to hear this, and we'll get to that in hour number 2. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The NFL is constantly trying to improve their product. The so-called dynamic kickoff is designed to put kickoff returns back in the game in a safer format. One thing they should really concentrate on is officiating. Not that the officials are bad, they're just calling too many penalties. The Jets-Bills game the other night was marred by over 200 yards in penalties. I can understand the flags for unnecessary roughness, but they're throwing flags if a lineman blinks before the snap. Something has to change. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535 for a
reaching all-time highs. National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 7 o'clock, hour number 2, Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day as we work our way toward the weekend. Going to be another beautiful day. Will Kane, Fox News at 9:30. Your voicemails, plenty of cuts. We've got cuts for days. Cuts for days, baby. And also, a very, very interesting email from one of our listeners that received a letter on her property. And she passed it along, and you will actually see the letter on YouTube as well coming up after the news. Also, I know we wanted to get to the Brett Baer stuff, but I would like to go back for just a couple of minutes, and especially since Dawn reports on crime all of the time, which I'm sure she's about to do in just about 90 seconds, want to get your thoughts, Dawn, on this FBI stealth edit, because I think we all believe that crime was up despite what they tried to tell us because, well, we have common sense, we have eyes, and we have spidey senses. So we'll get to that coming up, but right now let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stenson.
And good morning. This Thursday morning, October 17th, 41 degrees. Clear skies. We are sponsored by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Thank you, McCausland Lock and Alarm, for sponsoring our news this morning. We've talked about this random attack aboard a SEPTA bus early this morning. A man attacked another man. They were total strangers. Another passenger on that SEPTA bus on Broad Street in the city's Spring Gardens section. Happened early this morning, according to Philadelphia police, and the victim was attacked with a meat cleaver. He's a 45-year-old victim recovering in the hospital this morning, and the suspect, also 45-year-old man, is in custody. So Philadelphia police continuing to get all the interior surveillance video from inside the bus that was rolling. So they do have that. The suspect in custody, and as well that meat cleaver was recovered by police. We have the man dead after he was shot inside a takeout restaurant in Philadelphia's Hunting Park neighborhood Wednesday night. So in that one, Philadelphia police investigating. Talking about what's happening locally. We know that we'll talk about Elon Musk. I know that he is in Delaware County, one of his stops on his so-called Pennsylvania tour. And so we'll be giving you those details. You must register to vote. The vote for Elon Musk, or excuse me, the goal, the mission here, 1 million voters, getting them to sign up. And then we have Harris on Fox. We have, Harris, yes, on Fox at 5 with Brett Baer, that aired at 6. And then we have Harris in Bucks County locally here. So in other words, the vice president was here in our area, left Bucks County and went right to New York to do that, or went right to Brett Baer, not in New York, to do that interview. Excuse me.
I think it was done in Bucks County.
I was just going to ask that.
That's why I corrected myself.
Washington Crossing, and I know the historical significance of that location, but where specifically is that? I don't have like a unbelievable knowledge of like traveling Bucks County. What is that the closest thing that might like ring a bell for me?
It's
where the hell is Washington Crossing?
You should take. Here's the thing.
Was that 611?
You should take your wife and daughters. They do it. Actually, it's Christmas morning, so it's a pretty cool thing. If you've never done it, it's an amazing experience. They have reenactors, and it's quite amazing. And it's obviously where he crossed the Delaware River.
Yeah.
And this was a surprise attack because it was
right.
They're crossing the river, and nobody expected that they would cross right at that they wouldn't take Christmas off, etc. And so it was considered the key, one of the keys to victory in the Revolutionary War.
I understand
it's Upper
that
Makefield Township.
Where?
It's Upper Makefield Township.
Upper Makefield, okay.
Yeah, so
I was wondering, because on the television it said Brett Baer was in Washington Crossing, PA.
It's close to New Hope. Like, it's over in that area.
Okay.
Newtown, yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
I think the Pennsylvania side is better than, on the Delaware River, because obviously you could be on, either state because they have federal parks there, but
Peter M.
pretty,
goes,
what?
It's where Washington crossed.
Yeah. Thanks, genius.
But it's pretty cool to experience with the reenactors.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. Yeah.
You'd love it.
Yeah, history was my favorite subject in high school.
So, and that's why she went there, because she was saying to this group of, Republicans, as she's trying to, that's really the theme right now, as we've been saying, that she was speaking to a group of about 100 Republicans who support her candidacy.
Do you want to play some of it?
In Bucks.
This is cut 7, Phil, if you want to pull it. This is exactly, Dawn, what you were about to say before I cut you off. Let's let Kamala say it. Cut 7, Phil, go.
So I am joined today by over 100 Republican leaders from across Pennsylvania and across our country, who are supporting my candidacy for President of the United States. And I am deeply honored to have their support. Some served in state houses, some in the United States Congress, some worked for other Republican presidents and presidential nominees, including Mitt Romney, John McCain, George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, and Ronald Reagan. And some today served in Donald Trump's own administration. We also have with us Republican voters from here in Pennsylvania and beyond, who have been active in their Republican parties for years, who have supported Republican candidates up and down the ticket. Now, I say all that to make an obvious point. In a typical election year, you all being here with me
oh my God.
might be a bit surprising, dare I say unusual. But not in this election. Not in this election. Because at stake in this race are the democratic ideals that our founders and generations of Americans before us have fought for.
There you go.
The gaslighting is unreal. But I would imagine the calculus behind this is that they are aware that Republicans now are up 3,000 as far as registered voters in Bucks County. So that's probably the why as to what she's doing in Bucks County. Makes sense.
Yeah. So this is the strategy here, and we'll continue to talk about that one. I do want to get to other news of the day. And that is that a couple of things that maybe you weren't paying attention to, talking about student loan cancellation programs under the Biden-Harris administration. So just to bring this back into focus, President Joe Biden announcing yesterday that his administration, very proud of this, restoring a promise to America's teachers, firefighters, nurses, other public servants, that he says that student loan cancellation programs for these public workers has granted relief to more than 1 million Americans. And so that they're very proud of this, and they wanted to update this. So 1 million Americans, what does that mean? And when we talk about inflation and out of control spending, and that's certainly a topic that everybody's concerned about. But when you look at the billions of dollars as to what this translates into, in total, the administration, Biden-Harris, says they've now canceled $175 billion for a total of 5 million borrowers. So you're talking, billions of dollars. It's incredible. But they continue with this, and they've gone every which way to try to, in all, the program has erased $74 billion in these student loans, especially for quote unquote public workers, meaning, people like teachers in these powerful unions.
I'm so tired of the people that sign a master promissory note to borrow money and then don't pay it back. It's just outrageous.
Nick, the rules were very confusing. It was very confusing.
Yeah, you signed up for it. Own up and pay. What did whatchamacallit say to Reggie Hammond in 48 hours? You will repay your debt to me, and then he fires his fist through that glass window, almost kills Eddie Murphy in the joint.
Eddie Murphy was Reggie Hammond, by the way.
That's right. I'm trying to think of who the guy was that wants the debt paid off.
Nick Nolte?
No. This was The Prisoner.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Nick Nolte and Eddie. What a phenomenal movie.
Yeah.
And then Trump, of course, earlier in the day was on with Harris Faulkner on Fox with a group of women. Trump in Georgia, Harris in Pennsylvania. Middle East, I just want to headline this for you, that the United States carried out airstrikes against Houthis in Yemen, targeting 5 underground weapons storage facilities. This is the first time that the U.S. military has used B-2 stealth bombers to attack these Iran-based or Iran-backed militant groups since terrorists spiked in the Middle East October 7th. And so this is something unique, and it caught my eye. Just wanted to point that out to you. The U.S. carrying this out, targeting these Houthis in Yemen, which are a critical ally. Obviously, this is all Iran backing the situation. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. Militants vowing to continue their strikes until a ceasefire is reached in Gaza. So the Middle East still percolating. Just wanted to put that one in focus for you this morning. We are sponsored this morning, before I get to the forecast, by McCausland Lock and Alarm business owners. Count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, as well as owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. Thank you, McCausland Lock and Alarm, for sponsoring our news this morning. I'll just get to the forecast because we are still chilly. I realize that, but we are in for a sweet warm-up and a lot of sunshine. No rain in this forecast. We desperately need this rain, I'll tell you that, but 43 degrees, that full bright moon today, just 62 degrees, and then tomorrow the warm-up begins. Bright sunny skies, 70 for your Friday, then Saturday, 73 degrees, Sunday, 76 degrees, a gorgeous day, and of course, Sunday, everybody will be watching at 1 o'clock. I almost said Phillies, our Eagles taking on the, I call them the Jersey Giants, but New York Giants. 1 o'clock game.
Saquon Barkley making his return to MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, I popped on the Odyssey station on the app yesterday in New York, WFAN.
Yep.
Boy, they hate Saquon Barkley.
Of course.
I don't get it. I mean, granted, I don't follow it, but I don't recall him ever being such a unlikable character.
Well, I mean,
no, they hate him for leaving. They loved him. He was their most popular guy.
My man wanted to get paid.
It's not just that he left. He left for a division rival.
And he came home. Right?
They let him.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, they had the decision.
They gave him the option.
Boy,
Do you not watch Hard Knocks?
No,
no. Don't you got Hard Knocks knowledge?
Yeah, that guy's going to get fired.
They were either going to pay Daniel Jones or they were going to pay Saquon Barkley, and they decided to pay Daniel Jones, and look how that's working out for him.
Good job, New York.
But Saquon said that he doesn't think he's going to get booed.
No, he's going to get booed.
He goes, it was a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago.
It was like 9 months ago, bro.
Yeah.
Well, by the way,
look it up. The Giants owner did not want him to go. John Mara. He said, I'd have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. He said that, and that was in Hard Knocks, and I was like, boom, that the coach or the manager or whatever, I'm like, Larry Bear, that guy's fired. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, it's true.
He let him go.
Right, yeah. And
let him explore.
Larry's in New York, so he probably picks up on that stuff. Yep, okay.
No, I picked up on it.
Well, maybe.
I was the one. I said, that's my prediction. He's getting fired.
We got to get Dawn on Hard Knocks.
I'm going to give Larry all the credit. Don't you watch Hard Knocks? That's where I get my football news.
HBO, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I no longer have HBO.
Oh.
My wife's happy about that, though.
Psst.
Cutting the cord.
Well, it's going to be a gorgeous weekend, mid-70s, so beautiful fall weekend.
Thank God.
Kayal Company News Live.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. James Kelly says the guy that punched Reggie Hammond was Kirkland Smith.
Well, how does he know that?
I think Jimmy knows his movies.
Wow,
and he is right, because now the name does ring a bell. All right, 855-839-1210. You want me to get out now, or are we going to 20?
No, we can get to 20.
All right. Let me read this email. This is courtesy of a listener that sent this along to us. Her name is Janet from Penn Valley, and she received a physical letter on her property. So Janet, Penn Valley, Trump supporter, listens to 1210, gets a hateful email from the always tolerant, inclusive, hate has no home here left.
I don't think it's an email. I think this was an actual letter.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm actually just reading off the printed version here that Phil gave me. It says the following. Dear neighbor, a quick note of thanks for being engaged. And you can see this and read along. It's on YouTube. Thank you very much, Phil. A quick note of thanks for being engaged in the election and for your participation in the process. We are writing with a concern about the level of political violence. Get ready for this hypocrisy for the ending, by the way, folks. For the level of political violence in the country during this election year, as well as the threats to our democracy and our freedoms. So we are asking you to take a close look at the truth, facts, and the future for a better America, where we can all live in harmony together. Your candidate is a felon, rapist, desecrator, an immoral, flawed man. He is major reason violence. Great grammar in here, but Tim Walls might have written this, folks. Written. Yes, as I'm sitting here knocking grammar, I'm just going to read it as is because I'm an idiot. He is major reason violence is up. Remember January 6th in Charlottesville? By supporting him, you are declaring your public support for a disregard of the law, civil discourse, and unity. You are indicating your hatred for minorities, immigrants, foreigners, women, education, the rights of your fellow citizens, the rights of women to make decisions over their own health care. Oh, and yes, a hatred for Taylor Swift. It almost feels like a prank. You throw Taylor Swift in, who has contributed nothing but joy to the world. And you are entitled to all of this. However, this is a reminder that your visible support comes with a price and at a cost. There will be consequences. Sounds like a threat.
Yep.
Should your candidate win, the consequences will be staggering. The country will continue to be divided. The economy will falter, and a recession will be accelerated. The deficit ballooned. The majority will live under the rule of a minority. Government will be in my business, the business of my family. The deficit will grow. The rich will get richer, and judging by your house, you don't qualify for rich as much as you think you may.
Oh, man.
But more importanly, we know
what?
where... Are
they saying they know where you live?
This is getting better, Dawn. Where do you hear this?
Wait a minute. Was that a threat?
No, this was dropped off on her front porch.
Yes. But more importantly, we know where you live. You are in the database. In the dead of a cold winter's night this year or next and beyond, there is no knowing what may happen. Your property, your family may be impacted. Your car may get shot.
Your cat.
Oh, cat. I'm sorry.
Aww.
Your cat may get shot and more. Spend some time with your rabbi or pastor or whatever religion you follow and dig into the meaning of morality and reconcile the hate with your maker. Face the truth and understand the facts. Stop being lazy. Question your commitment to a cult. He is the biggest threat to the country and does not understand the idea of America as defined, George Washington, by the founding fathers. Your vote for this guy is seen as treading on my rights. You tread on me at your peril, Mother Bleeper. We look forward to visiting in the future. Sincerely, patriotic citizen and a true American.
Wow.
That's really disgusting. That's really disturbing. That's a threat. I mean, I hope Janet from Penn Valley reached out to the proper authorities. I would love to know if Janet has like a Ring doorbell cam or any cameras on her property. And, you know, we could go through and just totally pick apart. See, that's what I like to do, is I like to just spin it right back into you, into your face. You're talking about the level of political violence. You're basically saying there will be political violence for her having the audacity to publicly support the Republican nominee for president of the United States of America. And then he wants to get into Charlottesville, debunked. Apparently you can't support Trump publicly, which we always talk about these silent majorities. I would really hope that most people are out in the open with their support of Trump. But if Trump's to win, I would love it to be a silent majority that didn't want to deal with scumbags like this, that are the biggest hypocritical losers on the planet. And I would hope that Trump wins because there are still silent Trump supporters out there that don't want to deal with this level of threat, this level of, let's call it what it is. This is political violence.
Yes.
This guy is saying, or girl, or group of people, because they say we are writing with a concern. So we, as in multiple people. And if you go back and look at the letter on YouTube, I mean, there's so many different things that you could just pick. Government will be in my business. Oh, you mean like vaccine mandates? Was the government in your business then, Skip? And you want to sit there and pick out other, let me see, there's a couple of other things that are just easy to crush.
Well, one of them is the claim from Charlottesville, which it did take 7 years, but all of the sites, including Snopes and all the others, did admit that when the whole Charlottesville, Virginia thing where they said that Trump said very fine people on both sides and supported white supremacy, that has totally been debunked. Anybody can look that up. That it's been fact-checked. He did not say that. And it rules as false that Trump was not supporting Hitler, neo-Nazis, white supremacists. Never happened.
Mm-hmm. The deficit, inflation. I mean, there's so many things in this email that you can, I know we're up against it time-wise, but like Janet from Penn Valley, I am sorry that you had to have that type of letter on your property. And I hope that the authorities do their job and find out. I'd have that envelope and that letter, I'd have it fingerprinted. I really would. I would find out who dropped that off.
Well, I would,
and make sure that they are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Well, first of all, not just because this is a civil rights issue. She's a woman, so she can go civil rights, First Amendment issue. So the feds should be called, state police should be called, local police should be called, because on multiple levels, this is, you could say that it's sexist, that it's a First Amendment right as well, that they're trying to shut her down and intimidate her from voting or from her free speech.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is an immediate bodily threat that this is threatening her family, her pet, could be shot. And so she absolutely, 3 different law enforcement at 3 different levels should be called.
Yeah.
They should be notified. They should take the letter, fingerprint it. You're exactly right. They should look at all the neighbors, doorbell or Ring cameras, whatever everybody has, and they should ask everybody voluntarily at this time when it was delivered, does anybody have this video of, and narrow this down and find this person, and they should be arrested and charged.
Yeah.
Because these are terroristic threats.
Yes. Yes.
She's living in fear now and intimidated and afraid to speak out or vote.
Yeah.
Isn't that a threat to democracy?
You don't understand the idea of America as defined by George Washington and the Founding Fathers. Hey, numbnuts, you obviously don't understand the First, the Second, and all of the other amendments in the Bill of Rights within the Constitution that says Janet from Penn Valley can put any Trump sign she wants up in her yard, any anti-Joe Biden Kamala Harris sign she wants up in her yard, any bumper sticker she wants, and if you don't like it, then stick your face in a paper bag. How about that, Skip? I'm sick of these people.
But they can catch this person, especially if it was hand-delivered, it wasn't mailed. And by the way, if it was mailed, they use the U.S. Postal Service, which is another federal. They use the U.S. Postal Service to administer these bodily threats, and so that is another charge through the mail.
And yes, your hatred for Taylor Swift, who's contributed nothing but joy to the world.
Taylor Swift's Mother Teresa. This could be a woman, by the way. No guy is really going to bring up Taylor Smith. Or Taylor Swift.
This was sent to us, and they said that they have Trump and McCormick signs on their lawn.
Good for you.
And that's why they got the threatening letter last week. She says, and yes, it was reported to the Lower Merion Police, the USPS, the United States Postal Service. So I guess it was mailed. And Montgo Commissioner, Trump Force, Early Vote Action.
Good.
So,
but it should be also Pennsylvania State Police, the Attorney General's office. I'm serious. Everybody should be investigating this, as well as the feds. So I would go, not just it's not just a local story. I would call the FBI.
Yep, I agree.
Everybody should be investigating and talk to your neighbors. To ask anybody, do they have the Ring doorbell video?
Yep, I agree. 855-839-1210. Janet, keep us updated, please, if you get any any results from any of the authorities that you have pursued in an effort to find out what's going on and who this individual or group of people might have been. But first, a word from Piazza Auto Group. I recently was out there just about 3 weeks ago. It'll be 3 weeks tomorrow. And Piazza is rolling out their 2025 lineup. And within the Hyundai family, that includes the Tucson, which is the brand's most popular SUV. And I've been an SUV guy for a long time. My wife's had a Jeep for 10, 12 years now. We're going to be in the market for a family SUV soon. And the Tucson, boy, this thing really pops. Bold new design with plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown. It's right off of Route 422. Or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. Online anytime. PiazzaHyundai.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Dreaming of a new bathroom?
Emmons Remodeling can turn your dreams into reality.
From modern shower or bath surround upgrades to complete remodels, our team of designers and remodeling construction experts deliver stunning results. We use high-quality materials to ensure that your bathroom will look great and last for years to come.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
The following is a paid commercial message.
It's happening here in Pennsylvania. Sanctuary cities are releasing violent illegal immigrants onto our streets with the help of Bob Casey. Casey voted repeatedly to fund these dangerous sanctuary cities. Casey's policy let more illegals, more criminals loose in our neighborhoods, making our families less safe. Worse, instead of deporting criminal illegals, Casey voted to give them amnesty. Casey's amnesty would give illegal immigrants your Social Security and Medicare. That's right, Casey would give your benefits to illegals, but he'd also make you pay more. Casey voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. Seniors can't afford higher taxes? Bob Casey, taxing you to pay illegals. It's just another Casey con job. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal Company, 7:31, live on a Thursday morning, 2 hours from now. Will Kane, Fox and Friends weekend host, Fox News. You can catch his daily show on YouTube. You can catch the podcast. He's all over the place. Very funny guy. I like the way he delivers his opinions on the stories and the issues of the day. We'll have him on for the first time coming up 2 hours from now. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, a loaded edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. All of the audio from Bret Baier and Kamala Harris, Trump, Harris Faulkner, and a whole bunch of other stuff. 855-839-1210. But we just read that email that Janet from Penn Valley shared with us from a physical letter that was delivered to her house, insinuating threats, violence, political violence, and we read it for you. I won't read it again, but Linda Kearns, the great Linda Kearns, wanted to weigh in and provide some assistance. Linda, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. My job, obviously, I represent President Donald J. Trump, but my job is also to protect the voters. And it is a crime in Pennsylvania for anyone to use or practice any intimidation, threats, force, or violence with design to influence unduly or overawe any voter. It is a felony of the third degree, and the punishment is up to a $15,000 fine and 7 years in prison. I am not fooling around. I report these to the district attorney and to the Department of State. So I would like to get in touch with that voter and talk to her, because that should not be happening in Pennsylvania. There is no place for that in our elections.
I wholeheartly agree. Just shoot Greg an email, and I guess you guys can exchange info.
I will. I'll send you, Linda, the email that this woman sent me, and I'll let you handle it from there.
Yep. People have been reporting this to me all over the Commonwealth. I follow up on each and every one. I am very serious about protecting the vote in this Commonwealth, and this is not to be taken lightly. There is a difference between the First Amendment and intimidating and threatening voters, and if anyone crosses the line, we report it to the authorities and we follow up.
Linda, I'm curious, in your time doing this and seeing these things through, does law enforcement really take these seriously? Is there a difference? Do you get a different vibe based on maybe a district attorney versus state police? Whatever you can share as far as the vibe that you've been given back in return as to the following up and the pursuit of these things. Do they really go as hard as they can to find these people?
Well, I haunt them until they do.
Good.
So,
good for you.
I can tell you that much.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give up on this. If this person was intimidated or threatened, there is no place for this. And the Secretary of State and the governor made this big fanfare about this election protection task force that they announced. We haven't heard a peep from them. And if they are serious about this, then I want action on this, and I want action from the local authorities, because there is no place for this on either side.
I agree. I totally agree. And can you repeat the crime, the offense, the sentencing, and the punishment for this?
Sure. The name of the statute, the site is 25 PS 3527, and if anyone shall use or practice any intimidation, threats, force, or violence with design to influence unduly or overawe any elector is another name for voter, they shall be guilty of a felony of the third degree, and upon conviction shall be sentenced to pay a fine not exceeding $15,000 or to undergo an imprisonment of not more than 7 years, or both, in the discretion of the court. So the legislature contemplated this. It is in our law, and we're going to hold these people to task if they violated the law.
Linda, I'm also going to forward you an email that I have from a local voter as well, who has been threatened with bodily harm, physical damage to property, and he has McCormick and Trump signs. So I'll forward that as well to you.
Yep, I will absolutely do. Look, I don't talk about it a lot but in 2020, I was the focus of a lot of threats against me personally, threatening my life, and the DOJ and the Secret Service had to get involved. So I know what this feels like, and everyone has the right to vote for who they choose, and they should not be intimidated or threatened. There is a difference between free speech and debating ideas and threatening people. And if people cross the line, they are breaking the law, and we will not tolerate it.
Amen. Well said. Simple as that. Linda Kearns, thank you for all your great work.
But please, I still need volunteers to help protectthevote.com. Please sign up, and you have to register by October 21st. Please go to our great website, swampthevote.com. It can help you register. So please, we need every vote we possibly can get. I hear you guys talk on the radio. I am not taking my foot off the gas. I don't pay attention to the polls. I don't pay attention to any of that. We want every last voter to come out for Donald J. Trump and the entire Republican ticket. So we just cannot let up.
I agree. Linda, thank you so much.
Thank you.
There she is, Linda Kearns. Football analogy. Don't look at the scoreboard, folks. Just keep playing, and then the results will hopefully follow. 855-839-1210. So that's good. So obviously this is a crime. And I wanted to round back to what we spoke about a little bit in the big take this morning, amongst many things so far. And we'll get to all the Brett Baer, Kamala Harris sound coming up in the cut sheet in less than 15 minutes. But we did mention, speaking of crimes, that the Real Clear Investigations team, realclearinvestigations.com, uncovered these stealth edits that the FBI has been making quietly as they have revised violent crime stats. And I gave you the figures in the big take, but I'll just reiterate those now because, Dawn, you always talk about all these heinous acts that are going on locally here in Philadelphia, and I know we didn't have time to get to your thoughts on this, but the FBI originally released the final crime data for 2022. It came out in September of 2023, so 13 months ago, and it reported that the nation's violent crime rate fell by 2.1%. Democrats running with that, see, the way we've changed to community-oriented policing, social workers instead of cops, all these different, you can't pull people over, blah, 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 all a lie. The FBI quietly revised those numbers. They released the new data that shows violent crimes did in fact go up 4.5% in 2022, which includes murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault. Shootings would fall into this category, obviously. You talk about it every single morning. Trump brings it up in the September 10th debate when the topic of crime came up, and immediately David Muir, he just runs with, well, whatever the FBI tells me must be true. Of course, much like the jobs report, that's not true either. And Dawn, I don't know what sources you look at to read off your news at 6:05, but it doesn't feel that crime is down. And I think once again, quote, we were right, and all the mainstream media that says, oh no, look at this, it was way worse under Trump. It's a lie.
Yeah, we see a pattern. And so where I get my crime news, I look at multiple sources, and I actually talk to law enforcement. And we've talked to many different individuals who've called in law enforcement who've told us about that other column. That they put things in that other the mysterious dead people in Philadelphia, and they don't know exactly how they ended up dead and bleeding. So they're not even deemed a murder victim. Right away, they're in the sort of mystery column, the question column, which is bizarre. And so it's a manipulation of the data and thus a manipulation of the narrative. And so there's a pattern here because it's not just with crime stats. It's also with the jobs reports. Mm-hmm. We hear, this amazing jobs report, and wow, look at this. And then a little bit later, they kind of wait for a busy holiday weekend on a Friday, and they sort of slip in the updated stats. Mm-hmm. And oops, guess we didn't create all those new jobs.
Yeah.
So it becomes a joke. I think we just all feel it. We're living it, and that's why it becomes insulting and even demeaning that they say, no, things are good. It's just go away, little person. You're just stupid. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's just a figment of your imagination, Dawn. You just feel like you have this fear that it's rough in the city. It's really not. No, actually, it is. Carl Moody, a professor at the College of William and Mary, who specializes in studying crime, told Real Clear Investigations, quote, I have checked the data on total violent crime from 2004 to 2022. There were no revisions from 2004 to 2015. And from 2016 to 2020, there were small changes of less than 1 percentage point. The huge changes in 2021 and 2022, especially without an explanation, make it difficult to trust the FBI and their data. It is up to the FBI to explain what they have done, and they haven't explained these large changes. Ask yourself why. 855-839-1210. Let me grab a caller here. Bob is in Wayne, PA, and he's been on the receiving end of these letters. Bob, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing well. We're doing okay. What do you got?
Saturday night, I came home, and in the mail, I saw that letter, and it was pretty obvious. It was like, it was all handwritten, really generic, like handwritten out, but it had no return address, and it was postmarked Philadelphia. So I kind of figured it was something, so I waited. I opened it Monday morning and then read it. It's that exact same letter. So I went to the different police, and they were closed because it was Indigenous Peoples Day, but there was an officer outside, and I gave him showed him the letter and everything, and he said about 4 other people had brought the same letter, to the township, and he said, don't think you're the only one who got it.
So it was,
and I was just like, well,
it was the exact same letter that we read on the air that Janet in Penn Valley got. The exact same one.
Yes.
Wow.
Word for word.
Oh wow.
So this guy is copied and pasted and printed off a bunch, and this person's I don't know who it is, guy, girl, group of people. They're going around and sharing this everywhere. Anytime, probably anywhere they see a Trump sign in a yard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it was I just said, well, someone must be reporting addresses because it was my street address, and it was like a handwritten, but like really written, so I guess you couldn't trace it or whatever.
Wow.
Well,
all the officer did was just a picture of the envelope and the.
This one looked like it was typed, right? Yours.
Yes.
You said yours was handwritten.
On the envelope, it was handwritten, in letters, like an inch high. It said neighbor 772.
Right. Yeah.
And my address.
Yeah, that's exactly what was the return address.
I thought, we saw that yesterday.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, if you can,
and then the letter.
Can we give him Linda Kearns?
The letter's really professionally done.
Hey,
and
what's his name? Bob.
Bob,
can you send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com, and I'll forward your stuff to Linda Kearns because she can handle this stuff.
All right.
Awesome.
This is a federal felony.
By the way, if you want to do this, if you guys want to do this yourselves, Road Warrior has an interesting, because he does all this forensic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He says if you receive any mail from an unknown source that may be threatening, use PPE. He says gloves especially, fingerprints can be developed on paper with ninahydrin solution. I think that I'm saying that right. If you get a threatening letter, report it and request letter be treated with above at Crime Lab.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, because if it's a great point. If it's a letter, there's got to be fingerprints on it, and it's easily traceable.
Absolutely.
I learned that from Beverly Hills Cop 2.
See? The movies do pay off.
Exactly.
Damn
you know
right.
what I'm talking about.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, and we'll find out what's on the cut sheet. I think the bigger question is, what didn't make the cut sheet? Kayal and Company.
25 cuts, by the way.
25 cuts.
Look at this. I have 5 pages of
Rapid
cuts.
fire.
My God.
Here we go. Back after this.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows Doors and Siding. I just think the world of the Chapman family team, Mike and Mark Chapman. They're local. They're in Chester County, and they do beautiful work. You've heard me talk about all the doors, the window replacement. Excuse me. They've done in my home. Excuse me.
You all right, Don? Uh-oh.
Sorry, I got all choked
You're
up.
choking up over Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding.
I know. But they do. Yeah, I was getting all verklempt over the beautiful. No, but seriously, I trust only the Chapman family team.
It's those Bloody Marys your house on this morning.
Yeah, right. Right.
I see what you're doing over there, lady.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Greg. So if you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time. For the month of October, Chapman is giving you the chance to receive $1,000 in credit to a new front door. All you have to do, send them a photo of your current front door. And by the way, everybody who sends in a photo, you're automatically going to get that $500 credit toward a new front door. But one fortunate person with the door most in need for a little or maybe a lot of TLC is going to receive $1,000 in credit toward your new front door. It's exciting. And, think of that updated new front door. Yeah, it boosts the curb value and all of that, but it just looks beautiful. It's like an instant makeover, in my opinion. So whether it's a single door, double door, a door with the side lights, that's what I have. Whatever that is, their experienced project consultants are going to help you choose that perfect new front door for your home. So think Chapman if you're thinking of windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices. Give them a call. You can text. They're local, like-minded, 610-431-8898. Go to ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Attention thrill seekers! It's the Monster Truckload Hot Tub Sale at Springdance Hot Tubs. With deals so monstrous they'll send shivers down your spine. Save up to $5,000 on hot spring and Caldera hot tubs. Plus, the excitement continues with bonus accessories worth up to $3,000. Salt system, insulated cover, and more. But beware, these monster-sized deals are only here until October 27th. Don't miss your chance. Visit Springdance Hot Tubs at springdancehottubs.com before these deals vanish for good.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Columbus Day Mega Sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Letting the music play, baby. Why? I don't know. We've got 25 cuts. We're letting the music play. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Thursday morning. Voicemails coming up later this morning. Will Kane from Fox News. All the typical goodies in the 9 o'clock hour. And right now, let's not waste any more time. Let's find out what occurred yesterday. A very contentious day for all of our candidates, Trump, Harris, Faulkner, Brett Baer. Let's get to it. Thursday edition. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease a 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month for 36 months. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Thank you, Judith Krupnick, and the entire staff, the entire crew of loyal supporters at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Okay, Larry, let's go through the Kamala Brett Baer interview. I said this earlier. If you're a far left liberal lefty, you think she knocked it out of the park. If you are a conservative who hates her, you think that she bombed it. And nobody's mind was changed. Thank you very much. I do love sticking people. Thank you, Greg. All right, let's start here with Cut 11. Talking about how she spent her entire career, or a significant part of her career, going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people, touting that pro law enforcement. I'm the law enforcement candidate.
Yeah, she's the sheriff.
Cut 11, Philip. Go.
I have spent a significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people and cross our border with the intent of doing us harm and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president. I take that work quite seriously.
You know what's amazing to me is she had to know that when you are, because, you know, she doesn't watch Fox News, but she's got people that say to her what they're talking about. And for 3 years, Fox News, I mean, they basically stationed Bill Malugin at the southern border. Bill, you're on assignment, bro. You're going to live on the southern border for the rest of your life, okay? And you have to have a better answer. The whole, well, I prosecuted illegal migrant gangs when I was the DA in San Francisco. That lands with nobody. You know how long ago that was? We're talking about 2021 through 2024, where immediately, right off the bat, when Joe and Kamala got elected, they just ripped up everything Trump established at the border. And that's the best answer she can give. And again, as I watched it live, I don't know if we have the actual beginning, but I mean, Brett Baer, after the pleasantries of hello, Madam Vice President, thank you for the time. And you could see like the look on her face. She had a scowl on her face from Jump Street. And within like 10 seconds, she was like a porcupine with her quills up. She was super defensive. She had nothing on the biggest liability to her campaign, the border.
Her whole point, my point this morning was that her whole point was to go on there and just bring everything back to Trump and what she perceives as him being a threat to democracy and all his positions on this. She's trying to, what I believe her goal was, and I'm not saying she succeeded, but what I think that her goal was, if I'm in the mind of David Plouffe and the old Obama crew that is running her campaign, is that they wanted her to go on Fox News and say things that they think the Fox News audience has been shielded from.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Okay. And I believe that's dramatically flawed.
Yep.
Because let's just look at this from the most basic level. If I'm Brett Baer, or let's just forget it, Brett Baer asks her about the border. What does bashing Trump accomplish? Because if you want to look, and again, I get it, we all live in this world where we know the stats and we know the facts, but the casual Tom, Dick, or Harry does not. I mean, all you have to do is look at the numbers. And then she tried to do the 6 months out before the election, Trump tried to play politics and told Republicans not to pass the bill. Well, wait a minute. For 3.5 years, you neglected the border. So what I've been saying consistently since Trump spoke up and told Mike Johnson and House Republicans, do not pass that bill. Oh, by the way, 75% of the funding goes to other countries. It's not really a border bill. They just throw in a little bit to appease people that don't read the entire document. But what I've been saying is, don't give her a get out of jail for free card. And maybe that's callous for me to say, because people could be impacted and killed in the next 6 months. But wait a second. When I look at the totality of 4 years, You don't get to ignore a problem for 3.5 years, and then for a half a year where I say, you know what, no, we're not going to pass it, and then blame me as the bad guy. Well, I didn't get Laken Riley killed. You did.
Let me talk, or let me play what you're talking about how the interview started, Nick, if that's what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Vice President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
It's a great question.
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you,
now,
just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
We have
a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of 6 million people have been released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get you the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the CHIPS and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the...
Yes, ma'am. May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish,
You had the White House and the House and the Senate, and they didn't bring up that bill.
I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points.
All right.
So there you go. Brett Baer is the border czar because he's more prepared and has all the bills and the names of the bills and the dates. That guy had, and Dawn, you mentioned it, he had all these note cards. He looked like he had like 7 different menus from restaurants. I mean, he had more information in front of him than I've ever seen a reporter. That guy was prepared from Jump Street, and she's mad and she's rattled, not because he's interrupting her, but because she's getting thrown off of her memorized talking points, and she can't pivot on the fly and wiggle out, and Brett didn't let her wiggle out. I thought it was great. I thought it was a masterclass. I really did. You're the journalist. I'll defer to you.
Yeah, I think he was, as I said earlier, he was a gentleman. He was respectful. He had a very tough job, and they wanted him in particular, not just because of his demographics at 6 p.m., because maybe he does attract perhaps a more moderate audience, whereas somebody like Hannity, the same viewer who watches later in the evening, Laura Ingraham or Hannity or whoever, they might not watch those shows necessarily, but they may watch him.
Mm-hmm.
And so I also think, though, they wanted a man, because if you're a woman interviewing another woman, you can get away with interrupting more.
I was just going to ask you that. Are you surprised that she didn't go on with what is the show that Fox does right after Faulkner? It's with Kaylee McEnany. It's like a round table almost.
Well, she's not going to go on with Kaylee, but Martha McCallum.
Okay.
Or even Harris Faulkner.
Yeah.
There are many. She wasn't going to go on with any woman, because a woman, I wouldn't have let her interrupt me. I don't have to. But you do have that whole thing where they're going to say, oh, it's sexist. So
the man's trying to dominate the conversation.
Yep. And so he's aware of that. And so he has to navigate that. And so with his voice, he has that raspy, whispery voice. And yes, ma'am. And he's a gentleman. He's extremely polite. He's very professional.
He's got that Southern hospitality.
He does, even though he's from Jersey, but he
went to Georgia.
He was in high school in Georgia, that Catholic high school in Georgia. So he has that little Southern gentleman thing going on. I think that helps him.
Yeah.
And so he navigated that. He made that look that was not easy to do, to navigate.
Right.
Because remember and this is a different interview, but Sarah Palin, during her popularity when she was the Veep for John McCain, she went on with Charlie Gibson, ABC News back in the day. And so Charlie Gibson came off as demeaning and a little lectury, and he was fired. It cost him his job.
Yeah.
So this is something men in business and broadcasting are very well aware of. So that was a tough navigation. He did a fantastic job. The problem that I see is that most people, on a busy school night, you've got back to school and all that stuff still going on, sports. So what is everybody seeing? They're not seeing the whole thing. They're seeing clips. And so when you see all the clips that everybody's playing, she looks quite strong in those, especially those 2 clips we referred to earlier.
Right.
And when she pushes back and she says, Brett, that when Trump was talking about, for the danger within, that's not what he was, and she was pushing back. She looked strong. Yeah. She looked strong in that one. So we've talked about that. There were some clips. I thought that he did her a service by being tough, and she didn't have that silly laugh. She was more focused than we've actually seen her.
She should have done. Her campaign made a huge mistake. She should have done more of these because it's reps, right? It sharpens the mind. It sharpens the debating skills.
Iron sharpens iron.
When you're on with Howard Stern, you're like, I hate that SNL makes fun of you. Yeah. Or when you're on with Charlemagne, who, even though he did push back a little bit on the immigration thing, it was basically he just let her steamroll him.
Yes.
It does her no good to be on these interviews where she's just getting people that are just fawning all over her.
Yep, you're right.
And by the way, anybody who says that Brett Baer did not do a fantastic job last night is a partisan hack.
I agree. I thought he was tremendous.
I don't care what side of the aisle you're on.
Yes.
I do not care.
Yes.
You're a partisan hack if you believe that Brett Baer did not do a fantastic job last night.
That's classic old school journalism right there.
100%. You mentioned Laken Riley, Nick. Her name was brought up along with 3 others. This is cut 16, Phil, in correlation to the border issue. Cut 16, Philip, go.
Premise. Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There is no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Look at this. Receipts.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I am so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
You know what's amazing is she wants to sit there and talk about Trump and a political advantage. Let's talk about the political advantage that Democrats could potentially gain in future elections by doing what they did. This was not about asylum seekers and living the American dream. They have said countless times out loud, this is about redistricting. I need more people in my district. They are letting people in for 3.5 years that they hope will vote legally or illegally and vote Democrat. And it's also the second thing is the economy with cheap labor and lower wages because people from Latino countries outwork Americans. They're harder workers and they will take less money and work more hours to make up. That's what this is about. And I have said that Laken Riley with immigration needs to be the Republicans' George Floyd to Democrats' police brutality. Yep. I have also said you need to hammer home Laken Riley's name. And I don't think they have done a good enough job at that. And if you do, this is also your counter because the Democrats, when it comes to females, they have Roe v. Wade. So what your counter is, well, you know what? All of these women had a far more likely chance to be alive today would not have been raped and murdered if you secured the border.
It's also disingenuous for Democrats to say that, for her to say it was 9 months ago. In February they did, but they tied it to Ukraine funding and all this other stuff. In truth, that bill wasn't killed. It was a bad bill. It wasn't killed until nearly June.
Right.
Okay, and that was well into this administration. So I give, again, Bret Baier kudos because he was able for the first time to make the point that they had let in, at least 11 million unvetted folks come in before, Laken Riley and others were murdered. And that was the first time that somebody effectively made the point that Democrats waited all of this time until toward the end of an administration when they let tons of people in, that finally, in a disingenuous move, they go, oh, well, we have a bipartisan border bill. Mm-hmm. Well, not for nothing, but you let all these criminals in the country.
Yeah, and if we're creating and drafting legislation to make a bill for the border, why does Ukraine and more money to Ukraine have to be included? Forget the fact that 75% of the money is going to Ukraine. Oh, by the way, did you know another $425 million went to Ukraine yesterday? Did you see that?
Yes.
The Biden administration announces additional security assistance for Ukraine. As people in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas are still seeking their money, Zelensky just got another $425 million like it was Halloween candy in his bucket.
Just a quick gut reaction from both of you. I'm just curious now at 8:10. Do you think this interview last night changed any minds or mattered at all?
No, I don't. I think we are so at the point. Bruno mentioned it yesterday. Now, keep in mind, Bruno's exhausted by everything. He's exhausted talking about the Eagles 3 minutes into a show. But I think everybody's made their mind up. Honest to God, I don't think between now and November 5th a mind will change. If you don't know by now, what the hell are you doing?
Dawn, do you think it changed any minds?
My fear is, and I'm just looking at my text because I was doing my own little,
focus group,
if you will, yesterday watching this.
Conservative moms.
Not all, and that's just it. Moms.
You're very impartial focus group with a bunch of conservative moms.
Some are, but some are, career women in their, let's say, anywhere from 32 to 45. who really liked Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
And said, I'll vote for Trump sort of begrudgingly, but would have preferred, or more moderate maybe.
Yep.
And so my fear is that those individuals will say, you know what? She held her own.
Nobody watched it.
Oh, not watched it, but see the clips. That's my point.
Well,
they don't watch it. They see the clips.
Yeah, we live in a clip society now.
Well,
and then they go, oh, you know what? She held her own. I feel better about voting. That's my only and that's what they're going for.
It is like two different worlds, guys. I know we talk about this all the time, but everybody in their political silos, it's like two different worlds.
Mhm.
One side is all like she bombed it.
Yeah.
Brett Baer owned her.
That's
She was
right.
horrible. The other side is she did great. It was a masterclass. All of this. So it changed no minds because people are just so dug in with what they believe. Nothing is really changing any minds.
Now, the only way that it can, not changing a mind, but the only way it can make up an undecided mind, and I guess we'll have to wait until tomorrow's cut sheet or tomorrow's big take, is how the shows today, not Fox News today, not talk radio today, not what somebody's saying on Truth or Rumble, but in the post-interview analysis, if CNN did a panel late last night that I'm unaware of, or if the CNN shows today, or the MSNBC shows today, whether it's panels or guests, if those talking heads or analysts or pundits are saying it was a rough night for Kamala Harris, kudos to the other guy on the other network for being fair but being stern, maybe that impacts an undecided. It all depends on where you're going to get your analysis. If you're going to get your analysis from the right, then it's not changing anything. But now, let's just say, and my mother-in-law is not undecided. We know that. But if she was, as she's sitting in her bedroom last night at 11 o'clock drinking a glass of Cabernet, watching Aaron Burnett and Abby Phillip and the other 19 people in America doing that.
Your mother-in-law.
Maybe that person could be swayed because they're seeing anti-Harris commentary on a pro-Harris network. But that's if that person is undecided. Nobody's flipping based on last night.
And by the way, a lot of the networks, MSNBC and others, their headline is that, and this was a Rachel Maddow bombshell, that Trump is trying to pay off Stormy Daniels and trying to silence her. That's what they're going with this morning. So it's a completely, to your point, it's two different worlds.
Two different worlds. That's what media is these days. I hate to say it, but that's what it is.
It's weird.
It's two different worlds. You get two different, completely different perspectives, no matter where you go, which I think is interesting. But unless you go here, or you get both sides. That's all I'm saying. We present everything.
Yeah.
Unless you like it or not.
Yeah, we like to stick it, needle it.
By the way, if this is cut 13, Brett Baer asked Harris, if Trump is as bad as you claim, why is he beating you in the polls? Which I think is a great question. Cut 13, Phil, go.
Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States? Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk.
So are they misguided, the 50%?
Listen,
are they stupid? What is it?
I would never say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
You know, it's really amazing that she sits there and says, oh, no, these are not stupid people. I would never. All they have done for 4 years for 8 years is insult Trump Republicans.
We have the receipts. This is what she said about young people.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
There you go.
Yes.
I would never call the American people stupid.
I mean,
let me play that one more time
yeah.
for those of you that have short attention spans.
There you go.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
Hillary Clinton, deplorables. Remember Joe Biden a few years ago with the red backdrop in the background? The angriest, meanest thing I've ever seen from a Democrat. Yeah, denigrating and shunning 74 million people. Oh, no, they're not. It was never been easy. It's always supposed to be difficult. Yeah, if Trump was such a terrible president, how do you go from 62 million votes to get elected to then 74 million when you're running for re-election, to which I believe he will eclipse this time around? He's going to have more than 74 million. And I don't think she's getting 81 million.
Talking about how if she will continue with the Joe Biden policies, this is what she said. And I think we all agreed, this is cut 15, Phil. I think we all agreed this morning that this was
best moment.
This was probably a decent moment for her. Cut 15. Oh, I can already see that. I can't believe he said cut 15, go.
You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be, and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I noticed.
And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency.
Well, I do think that was her best moment. I think she was told by her staffers, her handlers, Plouffe, any of the Obama people, like, hey, Kamala, you crashed and you have to make sure when Brett brings it up this time, you are adamantly clear. Whether or not you intend to be is a totally different conversation. But and that was probably, I think, her best moment. But when we talk about doing something different, what is different? So far, what we know, economically, failed communist policies, copy and paste plagiarism from Trump and Vance, and also a continuation of ridiculous loan forgiveness, which is Biden. So she's a combination of a wannabe Trump, a communist failed society in Venezuela in 2015, and what failed Joe Biden over the last 3.5 years. Okay, but she, at least what came out of her mouth, probably her best moment.
What the mainstream media, to Dawn's point, has been running with is the enemy within conversation. Mm-hmm. What Trump said to Maria Bartiromo, saying that he would the biggest threat is the enemy within, meaning leftists, I guess is what he meant. And
I actually think it's different. I think he's referring to the deep state again and the bureaucrats of the government.
That's what he said. But if you listen to the full clip, I don't know if that's what he was talking
about.
But okay. It doesn't matter. So they played a clip, and then Kamala Harris went after him for not playing the clip in context. Cut 20, Phil, go.
He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked about that specific...
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you...
That was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the President of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
He's quoted in the Bob Woodward book that way, yes. Let me ask you this, Madam Vice President. You call Donald Trump.
The significance
you
of that.
call Donald Trump.
So what I always find fascinating, and Don, I know you have something to say J6 related wise. I'll come to you in like 9 seconds. It's just amazing to me that they always get caught up on what Trump says, but when you look at what Trump did, he never did any of that. We lived it for 4 years, right? And the things that they accuse him of potentially doing if he wins again and gets back into the White House, they themselves have done the last 3.5 years. But go ahead, Don, you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was shouting at my TV last night because I'm like, oh, yeah, really? Oh, who would weaponize government? Who would throw Americans who are at a peaceful rally and show up at their front door and intimidate them? Who would do that? Which administration did that? Was not the Trump administration, by the way.
Your poor family.
Clearly.
You're yelling at your TV.
They're not there. I'm by myself.
Okay.
Buddy's looking down from heaven saying, thank God I'm gone.
But seriously, it is absurd.
It is.
That she's saying this because this is the current administration carrying out a persecution like we have never seen before of a former president of the United States of America. And, by the way, a case that, on October 25th, one of them might get thrown out by an appellate court panel, as we've talked about. But also the rhetoric that they use when this man has been, there have been at least 2 assassination attempts on his life. He was shot in the ear, and they continue saying he's a danger to democracy. They're the ones doing this, not him.
Yep.
They also talked about when she first noticed Joe Biden's mental faculties.
This was so good.
Diminished. She didn't have a great answer for this, and I think this was a bad moment for her. I think this is cut 14. They'll go. Do we have 14?
Madam Vice President, you call Donald Trump.
The significance of that.
You call Donald Trump. He's misguided. You say now
he's
unstable.
He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why
See, this is where I actually would criticize Brett Baer. If this was me, I would have hit back on the whole Joe Biden thing. You say that, dear Madam Vice President, you say that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. What do you say to the segment of society that believes you subverted democracy? With all due respect to Joe Biden got 95% of the vote in the Democratic primary and 13 million votes. He was taken off of the ballot for you. Is that not legitimately threatening? Forget threatening. That is failing to continue forward with democracy. I mean, that to me is still the most under-discussed story of the last 4 months. They said your vote does not matter. And people get mad because Republicans question the outcome of elections. If I'm a Democrat, I would be so pissed off. I went to and I voted for Joe, and you told me my vote doesn't matter. You installed somebody over what I, as an American citizen, selected. That's subverting democracy. Nobody talks about it. It's staggering.
Yeah, but she was trying to pivot out of that. I don't think she expected that question in that moment because the look on her face when he pivoted, because she was talking about former President Trump and his mental acuity and he's doubling down on all this and that. And then when Bear pivoted then to that question about, well, how long did you know? You met with him once a week. She didn't expect that. And so I think that was not the best moment for her, obviously, but she just pivoted. Her pivot was to Trump. I think to your point, he was trying to get to that question, but I think more than anything, he genuinely was trying to get her to talk about the issues and what her philosophy is and how she's going to pay for everything. I think he genuinely was trying to get that information out of her because we still really don't know her policy plan as laid out.
Well,
we still don't know.
As Hillary Clinton said, if you really care about policy, you could go to her website. There's 4 chapters posted. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, lady. I do care about policy.
But Harris has, continually on their site, they release this information just this week.
Yep.
And it's written in a very ambiguous way. We're gonna open up, we're gonna pay rent and help black men, build businesses and so on. I'm paraphrasing from the site. Well, how are you going to do that? What are the specifics of that? There's nothing to that effect. And so we still don't really know her policy, and it leads one to believe that we're just going to get more of the same because she is in this administration. And so would that be a continuation, even though she says no? She's not spelling out any detail to make it seem any different.
And by the way, they're already walking that back in reference to you with the forgiveness of the loans for black entrepreneurs. The Harris campaign had to come out. They told the Wall Street Journal yesterday that these programs will, quote, be open to all Americans on a race-neutral basis.
That's not what they said.
That's not what they said for over 2 straight days. And they got a ton of flack from that. And well, in the name of inclusion, everybody gets a free forgivable loan. How do I sign up for that?
Cut 17 here. At the end of the interview, Brett said that Kamala's handlers wanted to end the interview. Cut 17, go.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time. And then he went on for the post-game show and talked about how it was 4 staffers waving their hands back and forth to stop the interview.
After 20 minutes.
Cut 18, Phil, go.
Dana, you've been on the other side. You've been on the rapper as a press secretary interviewing a president. And, I'm talking like 4 people waving their hands. Like, it's got to stop. So, Martha, final, I had to dismount there at the end. There's so many things, and she maybe should do more of these. Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
By the way, you guys both interviewed Trump, and there was a time constraint on that. So like, it's not. I don't think that this is the big deal that everybody's making it. Like, they had a 20-minute time frame. They couldn't go over it. You guys couldn't go over your 10 minutes or 12 minutes, whatever you had with Trump.
Right.
It is what it is. You have a lot of time.
That's relatively standard for people in high demand. I just was unaware of when the rap signal or the people that were saying it's enough, when that actually occurred. I didn't realize that was at the end of the interview, which then I have no problem with.
Yeah.
If this was midway through, as she's being bloodied and battered verbally by Bear, then that comes off as major weakness.
I have so much here. Do you guys can we continue since we have Will Kane at 9:30, so we're not going to get to what's on the cut sheet part 2.
Yep.
I have Hulk Hogan versus Batista. I have
awesome.
Voters in North Carolina, Georgia, and we always talk about the early voting. Harry Enton says we shouldn't be concerned about early voting because it tells nothing.
Oh.
All of that we can do on the other side if you would like to, Nick Kayal.
That sounds like a tease.
Oh, okay.
And it beats what I had lined up, so what the hell? Let's give it a shot. Kayal and Company, as we continue, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, how about a little magic in the kitchen? When it comes to your home, the trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision, professionalism, and care. From custom cabinets to countertops to backsplashes to all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades now. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's a lifestyle. Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery, 3 exclusive brands, each with distinct characteristics that reflect unique driving needs. To ensure the finest ownership experience, every new Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery vehicle is covered by a 4-year or 50,000-mile limited warranty, 24-hour roadside assistance, and more. Visit one of 4 convenient locations: Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Wilmington, and Harrisburg. Part of Piazza Premium Automobiles.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Duty. Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, 8:35, a little Billy Joel here on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We didn't start the fire, but we'll keep it burning, baby. Straight through, 10 o'clock this morning. Will Kane coming up at 9:30. Fox and Friends Weekend. I would actually argue, and I got to be honest. I've never watched it live on the weekend because I don't watch much politics on the weekend. I disconnect, watch sports. But I have seen clips of it, and I've seen when they filled in for Earhart, the Deuce Man, and Kilmeade. I would argue the chemistry that those three have, Kane, Campos, Duffy, and Hegseth, are as good, if not better, than the starting lineup Monday through Friday.
Wow.
Yeah. I like that show.
You think the backbenchers are better than the?
Sometimes that's the case.
Interesting.
Interesting. Not my style to evaluate talent. I'm not a brand manager. Just what I
observe. A wry observer.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So we'll talk to Will Cain, former ESPN guy as well, coming up. Also, the only blemish that he has on his life resume is that he grew up a Cowboy fan.
Oh boy,
we might have to discuss that as well.
Of course,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah. So.
I mean,
we'll get to that.
It's a terrible organization,
right?
Whose owner is imploding,
right? I mean, you've got everything else figured out in your life, sir, but yet you root for the Cowboys. Okay. Not everybody's perfect. All right, let's continue. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, Gregory? What do we have lined up?
So Kamala Harris spoke to black men in Detroit. This is cut 24, Phil. She would like them to know. She's speaking to the brothers now,
right?
By the way, that's her lingo, not mine. Saying that she's the first vice president to grow chili peppers.
You just think that
trying to relate.
The brothers love hot sauce? I mean, what are we doing here?
Thank you, Nick Kayal. It's the Hillary Clinton showing up with the hot sauce in her purse.
Yeah.
Or saying that she had it. Cut 24, Phil, go.
So you may not know, but you will appreciate I'm the first vice president to grow chili peppers at the vice president.
Okay.
Including Scotch bonnet peppers.
You know about that one. Come on now. Real heat, real spice. They don't know nothing about
I mean,
scale.
that's hotter, that habanero Scotch bonnet.
Hottest pepper known to man.
Exactly. I have no problem with it. No.
Learn something new every day.
I have to imagine, I really do believe that there's got to be a percentage of black Americans out there that find that insulting. Like, really? It's such a, hey, how do I resonate with this group? I grow my own chili peppers.
By the way, I grow chili peppers. They're fabulous.
I love hot peppers.
Yeah.
They're easy to grow.
I love jalapenos.
So easy to grow.
I love habaneros.
Yep.
Habaneros. What's the name of the heat scale? Somebody will know that in the YouTube chat. We got all these people with all this useless information. Whatever the scale is for heat, habaneros where I draw the line on something that I really want to enjoy and consume in bulk, like a chili or something like that. Mm-hmm. Now I've sampled. I've had a ghost pepper, damn near died. I would never do it again. I found no joy in it.
Yep.
But I turned the page on that.
I see what you
turn the page.
I see what you did there,
Mrs. Walls.
This might be interesting for nobody but Nick Kayal and myself, but I don't care. I'm going to do it. There's a war brewing between Hulk Hogan and Dave Bautista. For those of you who don't know,
over politics.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows Bautista or Hogan. I don't know how many of you know Bautista. He was in
the early 2000s WWE with Triple H and Ric Flair.
I'm not talking. Nobody knows that. I'm talking about the movie he was in. He was in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians of the Galaxy. He was also in that movie out in the woods with the cabin where people started getting this disease.
Yes.
And I think it was like a Netflix thing.
That was a great movie.
It was a great movie, actually. Yeah, it really was.
I forget what it was called. So Hulk Hogan, let's start with Hulk Hogan. This is cut 22. He went on with Jesse Waters last night defending his boy Trump. Cut 22, go.
But how it should be, brother.
When you knew Donald Trump back in the day, you guys were running around the country at events, and he was all in your business out there in the ring. And tell me a little bit about Donald Trump when you first met him.
Well, when I first met him, we rented Trump Plaza for WrestleMania 4 and 5. He was at the event from the beginning to the end, and I learned a lot from him, brother, how he handled special kids, how he would talk with the Make-A-Wish kids, and not just give a moment of his time with them. He would spend plenty of time with them, touch them, talk to them, make them feel very comfortable. He's a good man all the way around, brother. He's a good person and a real American.
Your patriotism's up there with pretty much, I don't know, I can't even compare it. What made you fall in love with this country?
Well, I grew up in South Tampa, and from very humble beginnings. My mom was a housewife, my dad worked construction, but I really never knew where we were at on the food chain as far as our economic ladder. And so once I got out from under, going to high school and college, I got into professional wrestling and made my way. And at the end of the day, this was the land of opportunity for me, because instead of once a month having a small little minute steak to eat, I told myself I never wanted to live like that. I wanted to make my way and make my life. And this country gave me that opportunity. So the American dream is what this country's all about. And Donald Trump represents that, brother.
Now, Kamala Harris.
There you go.
All right, so there you go, brother. It's interesting. I want to just highlight what he talked about there with the youngsters and kids. There are certainly moments out there where Trump shows you his compassionate side, and I don't really know or care about how he is with his grandkids or things. I would expect him to be loving to flesh and blood, but there are those moments that the mainstream media will just never show you with strangers. Like the fact that we have to get our clips. I think it was Walls of all people. He was almost chastising Trump for giving that lady at the grocery store $100 bill.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? Now, you want to say that's a photo op. Okay, I get it. It's politics. We all live in this, social media moments, and there's obviously an intent behind that. But, that $100 probably went pretty far for that lady. She probably needed that. They try to portray him as Hitler, but if you talk to the people that are in his circle, he does have moments of compassion and softness and modern masculinity.
Speaking of masculinity, so while Hulk Hogan was on with Jesse Waters on Fox News last night talking about America and Trump, Dave Bautista was on Jimmy Kimmel slamming Trump.
So unfunny wrestler goes on unfunny late night show. Okay.
Cut 23, Phil, go.
Fellas, we gotta talk. A lot of men seem to think that Donald Trump is some kind of tough guy. He's not. I mean, look at him. He wears more makeup than Dolly Parton. He whines like a baby. The guy's afraid of birds. Donald Trump had his daddy pay a doctor to say his Will feet hurt so he could dodge the draft. Look at that gut. Like a garbage bag full of buttermilk. He sells imaginary baseball cards pretending to be a cowboy fireman. Guy's barely strong enough to hold an umbrella. I mean, look how he drinks water. Like a little pink chickadee. He's got jugs, big ones, like Dolly Parton. He cheats at golf. He creeps around beauty pageant dressing rooms. You know that little dance he does? He looks like he's jacking off a pair of giraffes. Wow. He's moody, he pouts, he throws tantrums.
No, get those lights off!
He acts like a 5-year-old behind the wheel of a truck. He bends over for Putin. He's cattier on social media than a middle school bean girl. The guy needs help walking downhill. Almost there, Grandma. So this November, let's stop kidding ourselves. Donald Trump is afraid of rain, of dogs, of windmills, of Merle Street, and being laughed at.
Isn't it past your jail time?
There you go.
All right, so 3 things.
Cage match, Hulk Hogan versus Batista at WrestleMania.
Yeah, Batista's probably going to win that one at this point in their career. 3 things. Batista is not a tough guy because when he left wrestling, he went to the UFC and got his ass kicked. So when you go from scripted entertainment to real-life fighting, now, could Batista kick my butt? Yes. I'm not saying I can beat up Dave Batista. But when he went to real fighting, he got neutered quick, fast, and in a hurry. Number 2, I would say, and again, I don't care if Trump can fight or if he's tough. Here's what I can judge his toughness on. The guy got shot in the ear and bounced back up. I'm not sure how many of us can raise our hand and say we've been shot and got back up and, say, emphatically said fight. A couple of moments in there were funny, and I can take humor towards the side of the aisle I'm on the receiving end. And then lastly, when it pertains to Batista, keep in mind, he's in the prime of his movie career, Hollywood. If he wants to continue on making films, he can't make an ad like that goes after the Democrat side, especially when it's Kamala Harris. So always keep in mind that these Hollywood elitists that are still trying to make their way or stay in their... it's different for Hogan. Hogan's made his money. Hogan's at the point in his career where he's 70 years old. He doesn't give a damn anymore. Always keep in mind what somebody's current job security is based on how much they flap.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
Do we know where Elon Musk is going to be in?
I know Delaware County, but exactly where I don't know. I'm assuming media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just based on all the events I've done
I
with
think
media.
it's the Philadelphia area today with Harrisburg and Pittsburgh still to come.
John Fetterman was on CNN last night talking about Musk being in Pennsylvania. This is what he said. Cut 26, Phil, go.
Against the Democrats in this election.
What is the latest that you're hearing from voters on the ground? Because we just talk about Pennsylvania every single night here on this show. It is what we're going to be talking about leading up until 3 weeks from now when this election actually happens. What is the number one thing that you're hearing that stands out to you this close?
I don't think there's a specific kind of issues. It's not a nuanced kind of a thing. It's going to be really, really close in Pennsylvania. As I've been saying, the same thing since 2016. I wish I had something new to say about it. It's going to be incredibly close in Pennsylvania, and it's going to be very competitive. There's a lot of energy on the ground for Trump supporters, but it's matched by Harris. She has incredible energy as well, too. Both sides are committed to showing up, and that's why it's going to be very close. And it'll be no indifferent than what we had in 2016, 2020, and now we'll have that in 24.
Well, and one difference in 2024 is we're going to be seeing Elon Musk out on the campaign trail on Donald Trump's behalf. You said something recently to Chris Stirewalt that he appeals to demographics that your party has struggled with. How much impact do you think he could have on this race?
No, that's significant. I've always said that it is significant. In the business, a lot of surrogates really doesn't count for much. But Musk, it's undeniable that he's successful. He's the world's richest man, and he's been involved in a lot of important things like SpaceX or AI and those things. And he has a brand, and that's attractive to a demographic that we need to have to win in Pennsylvania. And it's not even about his checkbook. Again, I think him being an active surrogate, I think the New York Times described him as effectively living in Pennsylvania, and he's going to be showing up and going around. That's going to be mattered. And the Democrats, for us to make fun of him for jumping up and down or that things, we would do that at our peril. It's significant.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they all should camp out in Pennsylvania. Elon, Bobby, Tulsi, the whole crew of former Democrats or more liberal beliefs. I think they should absolutely do that. But I will say this: what's astounding? I actually would push back on what Fetterman said. It's amazing to me that in the polls and also in the betting market, it's been the more Kamala Harris speaks, the worse she looks as far as polling and betting markets go. It hasn't been Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy, or Tulsi Gabbard. Think about this. When all three of them jumped on board the Trump train, specifically when Kennedy did the whole appearance to the Foo Fighters song in Arizona, the polls didn't move. So I don't know what to say about that. Maybe Kennedy and Elon don't really give anything bottom line to Trump.
Can we talk for a second about the betting market? Because I wanted to make sure everybody is aware of this. So, Phil, can you put up the current betting market for Polymarket on Trump and Harris right now? Do you see that?
I do.
Nick?
20 points.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes, everybody's saying, don't believe the polls, believe the betting markets. The betting markets are where it's at because people are, they're betting their actual money, blah, 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 blah. Let me take you back to 2016 and show you where the betting odds were for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Phil, can you put that stat up, please?
Yes.
It was 82%.
88.
88%.
Yes, 88.
So I'm just saying that nothing, like everybody's like,
no
this is the thing you need to watch.
I
no,
totally agree.
No,
totally agree.
No.
My question is, and people are trying to explain it to me as if I don't understand gambling. I get it. The more money comes in on one side, the more the odds move up, the number moves up. I understand because they're trying to, balance out their risk, their liability. They would love to have it 50-50 so they make money regardless of who wins. And yes, and like if you're a poker player, and I'm sure we've got some poker players out there. If you've ever played Texas Hold'em and you've got your opponent dead to the river card, the last card that comes out, and they need one of 2 5s left in the deck, they have a 2% chance. And if you've ever played poker long enough, those 2% chances, they hit sometimes.
Yep.
They hit sometimes. Totally.
We talked a lot yesterday about the early voting and mail-in ballots. I'm following the count here in Pennsylvania. By the way, the Democrats almost up to 400,000 mail-in ballots so far. Again, we don't know which way they're voting. We just know close to 400,000 Democratic ballots have been returned in the state of Pennsylvania. The early voting we know is underway in Georgia. There's a lot of conflicting reports that it's a huge turnout, but it's also concentrated in red areas, so nobody can really tell. Harry Enton yesterday talked about this, and he begged people to stop following the early voting count. Cut 4, Phil. Go.
I rarely beg the audience for anything. I beg of you, don't read anything into any of these trends. Please, every 4 years we do the same gosh darn thing. Look, here's the bottom line. An election day vote counts the same as an early in-person vote or a mail vote. We know from the polling, and we know through history, that Kamala Harris is very likely going to win that mail vote. We know the early in-person vote is going to be very, very close. A point in this poll, I can find a few polls, in fact, where Trump is ahead in that. But we know that Donald Trump is going to crush the election day vote, and it doesn't matter when the vote is cast. They all count the same. One vote counts for one vote, whether it's cast today or whether it is cast on November 5th, John.
And that goes for people looking at this from both sides. There's nothing magical about an election day vote versus a vote that's mailed in early. There are trends, though, that you can compare when you're talking about early voting, mail voting, in-person voting.
You can try. You could certainly try. But remember where we were 4 years ago? There was a pandemic. We were in the midst of the COVID pandemic. John and I couldn't stand next to each other 4 years ago. The bottom line is this. There's no discernible baseline in most of these states because in 2020, 69% of the vote was cast early, in person, or by mail. This year, we're looking at maybe about 52%. So how are you supposed to compare this year to 4 years ago? And more than that, you know, you might say, okay, all that record early in-person voting, right? But here's the deal. Even the components of that early vote are going to change because the mail vote is going to be way down. Here's a projection, 23% for this year compared to 43% 4 years ago. The early in-person vote could actually go up. That's what the NBC News poll is suggesting, 29% versus 26% 4 years ago. But the overall complexion and the overall number of folks who are going to cast a ballot before Election Day is going to go way down. But the way they're going to do it is very likely going to change. It just makes it impossible. I don't know how anyone could compare this to anything, to be honest. Maybe they know something better than I do, John.
The important thing to say is people are voting.
Well, that's what I've been saying about the betting markets. What do all these sharp gamblers know that I don't know, that Trump's a 23-point favorite now? But going back to what Harry Enton is talking about, so is he saying, because we had Athen Koutsarumbis on a few days ago, and we talked about that threshold of that 400,000 vote advantage with Democrats. So if they get to that point, which it looks like they are trending in that direction, is Harry Enton saying, don't worry about that, Republicans? Because I would disagree with Enton, where I would say, dude, you don't want to start in a 400,000 vote hole, which is why I've been encouraging and embracing the fact that you should take advantage of early voting, mail-in ballots, and don't take it from me. I mean, take it from the people that are running the campaign. Donald Trump, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley. I mean, they're sitting there saying, hey, we need to utilize this tool in our tool chest. And if we don't, we're going to be at a major disadvantage. Yep. So don't just take it from me. But I'm surprised that Enton, as a data guy, is saying don't sweat it. Why would he say that?
I agree. But, you know.
Well, because whether somebody votes early or votes on Election Day, your vote is supposed to count the same. And what he's saying is that people might lose faith one way or the other and say, my candidate, whoever that is way ahead. I don't need to vote. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
so it can discourage voters.
I would tell Republicans, I don't care what the betting market says, what the polls say. Do not, like Linda Kern said, do not take your foot off the gas.
You have to register by Monday, October 21st. That's the deadline in Pennsylvania and many other swing states.
I just can't envision, regardless of what you think happened in 2020, after living the last 4 years, I can't envision how someone can arrive at the conclusion, I'm just going to sit it out. Even hypothetically. Even if your vote doesn't count. And that's Democrats, because they know, because they voted for Joe and they got Kamala instead. You still just go do the exercise. Just do it anyway. Appease me, okay?
SwampTheVote.com.
Just go. Do it now. Do it later. Do it on November 5th. I don't care when you do it. Just do it. Just go. Just vote.
Please do.
Please. Thank you. 8:56. All right, we're done, right? There we go. Quick break. We'll come back, get to Dawn's Big Three. Will Kane at the bottom of the hour. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the latest in technology. And they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across all their Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Carol. She says triglycerides are at an all-time low. It increased my well-being, while joint pains and muscle aches have decreased too. People like Carol have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50, to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Following is a paid commercial message.
It's happening here in Pennsylvania. Sanctuary cities are releasing violent illegal immigrants onto our streets with the help of Bob Casey. Casey voted repeatedly to fund these dangerous sanctuary cities. Casey's policy let more illegals, more criminals loose in our neighborhoods, making our families less safe. Worse, instead of deporting criminal illegals, Casey voted to give them amnesty. Casey's amnesty would give illegal immigrants your Social Security and Medicare. That's right, Casey would give your benefits to illegals, but he'd also make you pay more. Casey voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. Seniors can't afford higher taxes? Bob Casey, taxing you to pay illegals. It's just another Casey con job. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 9:03, as we continue live here on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stenslin, Greg Stocker. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Been a very busy show, and we still have a lot for you this morning. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three, also Morning Mystery Movie Clip in just about 15 minutes. Also, Will Cain for the first time, Fox News, Fox and Friends weekend host. Maybe you consume his podcast or his daily show on YouTube for Fox News. He's going to join us at 9:30. We'll talk about all the big stories of the day, including Bret Baier, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Harris Faulkner. Also a couple of other things, whether or not maybe he sees an October surprise on the horizon. I don't know. Maybe the October surprise was yesterday. Who knows? Also see if he makes sense of anything with these betting markets and polls. And he's also a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Oh, no.
So, look, I mean, not everybody can do this format, be an Eagles fan, have life figured out from top to bottom. But Will's a Cowboy fan, and I want to get his thoughts on Jerry Jones and that interview that we played yesterday with Bruno, where he was chastising the hosts for the Odyssey station down in the Metroplex area. So that'll be coming up. Also, your voicemails and Today in Music History. But, I do think it's pretty interesting when you think about this election with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And, we've broken it down every way possible. We're at the point now where I don't see anything changing. If nobody changed their minds last night on the Bret Baier Kamala Harris interview, I don't think anything else is going to happen. Yeah, there's going to be some cool moments along the way. Elon Musk will be here in Philadelphia. He'll be in Pittsburgh. He'll be in Harrisburg. What does that do other than, getting some part of the base fired up? I mean, is he going to swing an independent to vote Republican? Not sure about that. Trump will be at McDonald's later this week in Philadelphia. Trump's going to be at Madison Square Garden. At this point, I think it's just about energizing your base, making sure that everybody that was on the verge of voting for you makes sure that they will, in fact, get out and vote for you. But I mentioned at the end of the big take this morning that this might come down to the most simplistic thing. Does the love for Trump outweigh the hatred for Trump? In a more scientific way, the Wall Street Journal wrote yesterday that the gender gap is the defining feature of this election. And they go through some of the numbers with men, with females, and certainly gender has become a major issue in this election. You've had the Democrats that have tried to sit there and say, Doug Emhoff, Tim Walz, they are redefining masculinity, and of course they have been exposed 5 ways to Sunday. Of course, gender, a big issue with Title IX, with men in women's sports. But to me, at the end of the day, this is probably an election, and I don't think I'm wrong by saying, in 2021 and in 2022, I'd be willing to bet 90+ % of Americans already knew who they would vote for in 2024, which is a pretty staggering concept because in 2021, we're coming out of COVID. 2022, most people back to living their lives. But even in 2023, inflation's still at 9%. And then all of the things that have popped up in the news from indictments, arraignments, charges, assassination attempts, conventions, primaries, democracy being subverted. We have never seen anything like this in a year and a half. And for the most part, polls have remained the same. Now, betting markets have changed, but polls have largely remained the same. And yes, I know Trump can go from down 1 to up 2 or down 2 to even or down 4 to up 1. And those are worth noting. But when you look at this, that's why I say I don't know what would surprise you from an October surprise at this point, considering everything we've seen. And if Donald Trump being shot in the ear doesn't change anybody's opinion, you have to ask yourself what will. That's why I don't think MSG on October 27th is anything more than a MAGA feel-good moment, which nothing wrong with that. You want to be galvanized. You want to be energized. You want to sit there and say, look at all these people, passionate, diehard, patriotic Americans. But you've had so many people that have been entrenched. And never forget, we were at a point in 2023, hell, even into early of this year, where there was the concept of the double hater. There was election fatigue. And yes, Kamala Harris gets installed, and the narrative and the energy changed, and it lasted all of 4 weeks. And for the last 6 weeks, the honeymoon is over. The sugar high has worn off. And here we are, and it's just a battle of, I'm on this side, you're on that side. I still do believe, and this doesn't mean he's going to win the Electoral College, but I do think Trump's going to exceed 74 million votes. I do believe Kamala Harris will get less than the 81 million votes Joe Biden got 4 years ago. If I had to guess right now, I think Trump's probably 75, 76 million. Harris, 77, 78 million. Again, popular vote, I get it, does not matter. It's about the race to 270. And when you look at the paths to victory, I have said that Trump's path of least resistance is taking care of the one swing state he's won twice, which is North Carolina. We gave you the details yesterday. It looks like those Western Carolina states will be taken care of from the standpoint of voting, should not be a significant factor this time around on November 5th. Then you look at Georgia. Georgia, Trump won it 8 years ago. He lost it 4 years ago. We're talking 10, 11,000 votes. If you were one of these voters, perhaps in Georgia, that voted Trump the first time and Biden the second time, well, I don't know how many of those people there are, but flipping a state 10,000 votes in a state as big as Georgia is not that significant of a challenge, right? The biggest challenge within Georgia is Fulton County. And I've said that I think the three biggest counties from an importance standpoint, two of which are in PA, Northampton County, the ultimate swing county, the ultimate bellwether, and Bucks County. Yeah. And we've got great news in Bucks County with Republicans with a 3,000 vote advantage in Bucks County. Kudos to those who have, quote, flipped from a registration standpoint to make it a, quote, red county again. And then, of course, Fulton County. So you knock out Carolina, you knock out Georgia. The question is, can you knock out Pennsylvania? And when we talk about things like gender gap, Pennsylvania, it could very well be decided on gender. Female, liberal women, post-Roe v. Wade against working class men. But really, I was thinking about this in Pennsylvania. It could be females with TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, against those that don't trust Kamala Harris when it comes to energy. And if fracking is as big of a deal as we all believe it is in Pennsylvania, that could be the downfall for Kamala Harris. Because her stance, and I played this earlier for you in the Big Take this morning, Andrew Kaczynski of K-File for CNN was on with Aaron Burnett, and he whipped through all the receipts of her radical thoughts on the Green New Deal, energy, to the point where she was willing to prosecute people for committing pollution under the mantra of climate change. It's one of her big 180 pivots from her losing campaign 5 years ago to where she is today. So that's what Pennsylvania could very well come down to. And I would like to think Elon Musk, a guy who, let's face it, is in the automobile industry. I get it, they're electric. He's in the rocket ship business. He knows a thing or two about energy. I would actually advise, if I'm the Trump campaign and Elon's out there doing some of my bidding for me, to hammer home the fracking concept. As you go Philadelphia to Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, from the East Coast to the West Coast of Pennsylvania.
I disagree. I think that's been made too big of an issue that not many Pennsylvanians give a rip about.
You don't think Pennsylvanians care about fracking?
Yes, of course there are some, but I don't think it's as big of an issue as the media thinks it is.
So do you spin it back to making people comprehend how important energy is? Get past the word fracking and what fracking entails.
Yeah, make it
gas prices, PICO bill.
Bring it back to your PICO bill. Bring it back to all of that. I don't think that the word fracking and jobs and all that. I don't think that matters. I think if you make the whole thing about energy. And how much your PICO bill costs or how much your whatever bill costs right now as opposed to 5 years ago, I think that's the winning message. Can I play for you, Phil? Can you get 1, 2, and 3 up? So again, this is all anecdotal, but these are voters in North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona. You would say, Nick, 3 pretty important states, right? Let's start with North Carolina. These voters, this was from the CBS Morning News, I think, said that they were better off when Trump was in office. Cut 1, Phil. Go.
Do you eat grits?
I love grits. Grit is what they all say Trump has.
We're better off when Trump was in than we are today.
Because prices were lower.
Everything was better.
You got the immigrants, you got the economy, you got the wars overseas. We don't really feel like right now that we have anybody at all looking after all this. We need somebody to take command.
Nearly everyone we spoke to at Country Kitchen wanted Trump back in the White House.
If we get Trump, we got hope. If we get Kamala, we don't have any hope. It's gone.
It's gone.
The country's gone.
It's always interesting when these major networks actually give you the other side of the coverage where they show you pro-Trump coverage. That being said, I'm going to be real nitpicky here. I want to know what city or county that is in North Carolina. I mean, it was Country Kitchen was the name of the restaurant. Now, what would really pique my interest is
it's like a Cracker Barrel.
Yeah. But if CBS News went to Charlotte and went to a little ritzier restaurant downtown, what that dynamic is as far as we need Trump back or the country's gone as we know it.
Funny you say that. This is CNN went to a pro-Trump county. Okay, this is a pro-Trump county in Georgia where they found 2 voters who said they won't vote for Trump. This has got 2, Phil. Go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have voted Republican. Yeah, I vote for the man. I don't vote for their party.
So what are your thoughts on the election?
What are my thoughts on what?
On the election.
Who?
Ain't much to think about it.
Well, who are you going to vote for?
The right person.
Well, who do you think the right person
It
is?
won't be Donald Trump.
Okay, tell me why.
Last time you saw him talking, did you watch his lips? Were they moving? He's lying.
All right, well, so Mr. Wilson here was telling us that January 6th was a big disqualifier for him.
It should have been.
How do you feel about that?
I feel about it like he's anti-American. He's trying to overthrow our government.
And so are you thinking about voting for Harris?
Yeah, I have to or not vote. He's the only choice other than Trump.
Yeah.
If Corbett run, I vote for him.
Leave me alone. I'll put another sweet and low in my coffee.
91 LS Extra says those people interviewed look like they leave a 75-cent tip.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, their tab for breakfast was $9.75, and they left a 10 and said, "Keep the change, toots." Yeah, I'm guessing those are old guard Republican Bush supporters from back in the day. That's probably the Nikki Haley base right there. I guarantee you, if Nikki Haley was on the ticket and not Trump, those two individuals, they probably couldn't wait to rush to the ballot and vote for Nikki on Election Day.
One more. This is MSNBC at an early voting location in Arizona, where the reporter there said this. Cut 3, Phil, go.
And should note, we did not find a single person who audibly would tell us that they voted for Kamala Harris. These were Trump supporters getting out to vote early in the all-important Mojave County. Take a listen to some of our conversations.
Well, the difference is going to be that everybody's coming out early, and everybody that we talked to has made a special effort this year to vote, and you can see it here in the parking lot. You know, this library's usually got 5 cars in it. There's a ton of cars in it now.
You said you voted early for the first time.
For the first time.
Why did you vote early this year?
Honestly, because Donald Trump told me to.
Oh, nice.
He keeps saying it, and I've been thinking about it, and so here I am.
We met one man who did not vote in 2020, but he said he was horrified by the state of the country, so he is voting here in 2024. We met 3 other voters, one that moved from California, one that moved from Oregon, blue states, who said that they moved here and were eager to vote in a state where Donald difference. And so it's those types of voters that not only Republicans are watching come to the polls, but also Democrats have a close eye, understanding that they need to really win the Maricopa County area to make up for any potential juicing of turnout here among the MAGA faithful in places like Mojave County, Jose.
How about that? First of all, nice work, Shelley. Second of all, bookmark that. Save that clip because I'm stunned that MSNBC would actually broadcast that. Is Rachel Maddow aware that they aired that? Is she sending texts to other producers on other shows saying, take that down?
All right, we have to break.
Quick break. We'll come back. Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Will Kane at the bottom of the hour. Your big 3 in between. Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, we have to talk about paradise. I hope you come away with me. Yes, this is another escape and another incredible trip to Italy, this time the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita, Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, that includes your airfare. $53.78 dining events at wineries in Tuscany, visiting an authentic farm to see exactly how Parmesan cheese is crafted by hand. Just call toll-free 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture, you'll see the description. And yes, Romania is there for sure. My son said, is Lorenzo going to be there? Yes, Lorenzo too. Hidden Italian villages that you've never seen. Oh, so beautiful and picturesque. Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. We're going to conclude on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. I hope you join me next spring, another trip of a lifetime in Italy. See you in Cinque Terre. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Do
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with Crash-Proof Retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company rocking on 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. If you're ready to buy a home with American Heritage Credit Union's Home Connection, you get cash rewards, lower mortgage rates, and discounts. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connections, insured by NCUA. Not a member, join today, NMLS 433838. Will Kane coming up shortly, but right now, time for our morning mystery movie clip. The morning mystery.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I do not for one think that the problem was that the band was down. I think that the problem may have been that there was a Stonehenge monument on the stage that was in danger of being crushed by a dwarf. All right? That tended to understate the hugeness of the object.
I really think you're just making a much too big a thing out of it.
Making a big thing out of it would have been a good idea.
Nigel gave me a drawing that said 18 inches, all right?
I know he did, and that's what I'm talking about.
Whether he knows the difference between feet and inches is not my problem. I do what I'm told.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, another pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra's The Story of Philadelphia Sports Through Music on Saturday, October 26th at the Cherokee Performing Arts Center in Marlton, New Jersey. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. That's Joe Conklin, CONKLIN.com. Caller 12 at 855-839-1210. You will get those tickets. We're basically giving you your Friday and Saturday entertainment.
That's right.
All you have to do that weekend is handle your Sunday.
Yep.
We can't help you out for Sunday.
Friday, thank you, Nick Hale. Friday night or Friday morning, we'll be at the South Jersey FOP Lodge 56 in West Berlin, New Jersey, Berlin Township, with Sean, Dawn, myself,
that rhymes.
Nick Hale, and Esty will be there one way or another.
Yeah.
Let me just say that again.
Nice.
Esty will be there one way or another. We're still working out all the details for the great mock debate that is going to happen live. And yes, everybody's like, hey, can we see it? Can we? I believe there will be a visual component to it. I believe.
It's half the battle right there,
but
right?
it will definitely be broadcast on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
And on 1210WPHT.com.
Yeah, we're going to have to see Sean doing the Trump accordion hands.
Absolutely.
SD looking almost identical to Kamala Harris.
Yep.
And, Sunday's up to you, though, folks. So you go to church, watch the Eagles win, watch the Cowboys lose. Will Kane. And by the way, speaking of that, Will Kane will join us coming up next. The host of Fox and Friends Weekend, and of course the Will Kane Show weekdays.
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, there's a video component too. He has video up, and so you can see the 4 boxes or 2 boxes or whatever on YouTube.
That's right, and you'll see why he's on television. I'm stuck on radio. Back after this with Will Kane of Fox. Stay right there.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.933, Kayal and Company as we roll on. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, and Greg Stocker. Beautiful Thursday morning here in the city of Philadelphia. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT. As we welcome in a guest this morning, he is the co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, but you can also check him out on The Will Cain Show, which is live every day at 12 Eastern on Fox News' YouTube channel, the Facebook page, and streaming on foxnews.com. The former ESPN guy that I used to love back in the day when he would bust up Stephen A. Smith. Will Cain is with us. How you doing, buddy? Good to have you on the show for the first time.
Good morning. Glad to be on in Philadelphia.
Yes, as a Dallas Cowboy fan. So we're going to give you a special dispensation, Will. You're good. You're in the clear.
Oh, man.
And if I had anything to brag about, then I probably would have come in with my flag flying, but there's nothing for me to say when it comes to at least the Dallas Cowboys. So this might be my debut on Philadelphia radio, and I wish I was in a better position to dunk on you.
You trust me, and that opportunity will likely come down in the future, no doubt about it. Last night, speaking of dunking, Will, many people thought Brett Baer dunked on Kamala Harris. I thought it was a great night for Brett Baer. I thought that was journalism to a T, something that we are missing in this country on both sides of the ledger. I did not think it was a great night for Kamala Harris at all. But at the end of the day, what we watched, does that have any impact on November 5th and the outcome?
You know, the best I can do to try to answer that question accurately is put my ear to the measurements that you can somewhat trust. Let's start with what you can't trust. So, you know, the first thing you can't trust is the echo chamber that is X. You know, last night and this morning, what I saw was that interview poured through the filter of wishful thinking from both sides. And in essence, half of my feed said she got totally destroyed. And then I woke up this morning and the other half of my feed was like, what an amazing, you know, skilled orator Kamala Harris turned out to be in the face of Brett Baer. And just as an example, that's led by all the former Obama boys, David Plouffe and John Favreau and the cool kids within the Democratic Party and Mark Cuban. But everyone else who saw that seems to think, wow, she withered in the face of some serious pressure. So what's the best I can do to be accurate, Nick? Well, Poly market, the betting market's moved this morning, and it's moved in the favor of Donald Trump. And then anecdotally, if you just kind of put your ear to the street, the more you hear people who aren't normally political talk about politics, I give you guys like comedian Andrew Schultz, the more you again feel like it's moving in the way of Donald Trump. And I think last night's interview was further movement again toward Donald Trump.
What's amazing is, we don't do a ton of time talking about polls. I mean, over the course of 4 hours, we'll reference a few, but I think just inundating the audience with numbers makes people just go crazy. I don't find it to be remotely entertaining either, especially in morning drive. My goal is to keep you awake while you go to work. But when you look at the betting markets and you look at the polls, the betting markets love Trump more right now than the polls do, but he's polling incredibly well compared to 2020 and 2016. But if the polls are wrong, do we as an industry, those of us who bloviate about this stuff, have to just stop referencing and acknowledging polls moving forward? Because if they're wrong again, like they were in 2022, what's the point behind them?
And wrong in 2020 and wrong in 2016. You're exactly right. But see, politics is a game. It sounds to me like you guys are all sports fans, at least to some degree. Politics is a game without a fourth quarter, without a final whistle. It never ends. And you want to tell yourself that a November election is finally the end of the game, but it's not. You just saddle up right at the end and start on with the next quarter, the next period. So if you have a never-ending game, how do you ever, kind of keep an ongoing score? And I think that's how we treat polling. It's like an ongoing pulse on the state of the patient or score in the game. And no matter how inaccurate it is, we need something to keep our finger on the pulse. We got to keep some score. So no, we're addicted to polls, I think. Absolutely. And I think you're right to point out how inaccurate they are. It'll be fun, I think, to some extent, to see if things like betting markets are more accurate over a longer term. And I think you're also, by the way, Nick, you're exactly right to point out that if there's anything to take away from polls right now, it's to put them up side by side and compare them to the same kind of polls in 2020 and 2016. And maybe in that we can find an accurate story.
Will Cain joining us, Fox News. Catch him on Fox and Friends Weekend, The Will Cain Show, The Will Cain Podcast, on all the streaming platforms that Fox has to offer, including YouTube, Facebook, and foxnews.com. Just two last things here on the election. Trump's going to be in New York City coming up on October 27th. Big rally on Sunday, Madison Square Garden. Elon Musk making a tour throughout Pennsylvania, the most important state. He's going to be in Philadelphia today, Harrisburg, and Pittsburgh. When you look at things like Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy, Madison Square Garden, do any of these things move the needle for Trump and the bottom line, or is this more just red meat to the base?
It shouldn't be red meat to the base. This is the hardest thing for people to wrap their minds around. I went to dinner last night, Nick, and it was brought up as people were kind of questioning me and a few other guys, like, what about the extreme? What about the extremes? They run politics. And I said, I want to challenge you to think about one thing. When you talk about extremes, can you give me an example of, at least for this moment in time, on the right, how it's run by the extreme? Now, maybe some people listening to you this morning all of a sudden losing their mind and their ears are blowing steam. What are you talking about, Will? We've never lived in an environment where it's more extreme. And I would say, but on what? The rhetoric? Granted, I'll give you that. There has been some extreme rhetoric. But on the substance, on the policy, on the right, you have never seen a Republican Party pivot more toward moderate positions since the 1970s. You simply haven't. Whether or not it's from tariffs to abortion policy to gay marriage, you're looking at a Republican Party that has a broader tent than at any point, again, since the 1970s. And that has drawn in people like Robert F. Kennedy, because he would like to see less of an emphasis on foreign war. Elon Musk, because he wants a full embrace of free speech. And so it should land with people. But we are so captured by the personality of Donald Trump and defining ourselves by the rhetoric and personality that we can't see beyond it into the substance of this very, very, very unique moment in time where I think the traditional political lines have been scrambled. And we got to ask yourself, has it been scrambled to the extremes?
Very interesting point. Will Kane with us. You mentioned that. And the rebranding, so to speak, of the Republican Party, and also where the Democrat Party is today. I mean, Bill Clinton talking about immigration in the mid-'90s, you would think he was a staunch conservative. The parties have shifted completely. Yeah. I'm fascinated by the career change you made. You're not the only one. Sid Rosenberg, Clay Travis, yourself. I did this pivot 2 years ago, getting out of sports talk radio. What was it? Because a lot of people always want to know, why do these sports guys that used to be in the mainstream media go to conservative media or free speech media, whatever you want to call what we do? What was it for you that made this big pivot for you from ESPN? And oh, by the way, you were pretty prominent on that network.
Okay, and I think if you and I are being fair, we shouldn't say, what is it about all of these conservatives that are moving over from sports to politics? We should say, what is it about all of these sports commentators that are moving over from sports to politics?
Yeah.
And I think if I broaden your question like that, then I have two different answers. Those on the left were doing political talk while within sports. Mm-hmm. That's just the truth. Yep. Okay. And you and I could come up with example after example where if I appeared on First Take, there was a highly likely situation that I was going to get talking points from the left filtered through the prism of sports. When 2020 happened, and I think this country was confronted with some very serious questions around COVID, around race, I had an opportunity and I was interested in having a more open and honest conversation about issues that I thought were really, really important to this country. I would love right now to come on, although I wouldn't today, and try to convince the audience in Philadelphia that Dak Prescott is a top 10 quarterback. It's fun. It's really fun. By the way, I have a lot of bragging rights when it comes to baseball, hockey, and basketball. So you just keep your shots to football for now.
Got it. We'll do.
But I just felt like those other conversations were important, Nick, really important to have. And I didn't want to do what many on the left are doing. I didn't want to bake it into my sports takes and use ESPN as a vehicle to give you my agenda. I had the opportunity to do it openly, honestly, in an environment where that's what the audience is coming to see. And so I took that opportunity because I thought it was important for America.
Yeah, I'm with you. Same there. Let me wrap by this. You're talking about the Cowboys, Dak Prescott. We won't argue quarterbacks. I'll save that for the sports station WIP down the hall. But I did play yesterday on this show Jerry Jones's rant at a couple of hosts. And it wasn't a sports thing to me. It was powerful, wealthy elitists speaking down to those in the media that had the guts to ask the tough questions. And you can apply this to Brett Baer with Kamala Harris. Like, well, how dare you put me on the spot? It almost felt like Jerry Jones was threatening censorship to a couple of guys that are just asking the questions that fans want answers to. What did you make of that as somebody that's invested in Dallas?
Man, that was really something. And here's what I would say. You hear power, and I don't think you're wrong to hear power. I hear age. I hear an 82-year-old man. You hear Kamala Harris. I hear Joe Biden. Jerry Jones probably could Bigfoot those guys. I don't know what he's talking about when he says, I pay you. I pay these guys. I don't have to take these kind of questions from somebody I pay. No, that's a station that pays the Cowboys for the rights to air those games and to get a weekly hit with the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm not sure what he's talking about there, but I still believe he could probably Bigfoot it. And if he wanted to get those guys fired, but he's taken a lot of hard questions in his career. So why now? And he reminded me of Joe Biden. Like when you're old and somebody presses you and you're in a weak position without a good answer, what's the easiest emotion to access? Anger. And we saw that with Joe Biden. That's the easiest. You're a little confused. What do you do? How do you show strength? You get angry. That's what I heard in Jerry Jones, man. I heard an 82-year-old man who's mad.
Will Kane, Fox News, Fox and Friends Weekend. Catch his show weekdays at noon, foxnews.com, Facebook page, and YouTube as well. Great stuff, buddy. A pleasure to finally chat with you. Always been a big fan. Look forward to do this again down the road.
Love it. Thank you guys so much for having me on in Philly.
You got it.
Thanks,
Will Kane joining us here on Kayal and Company. Quick break. We'll come back, wrap up with Today in Music History and what's on tap for the Dawn Show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design, build, renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Get up, baby. Get up. Get up, Harry. It's Kayal and Company, 9:49, Thursday morning. Dawn show coming up in just about 10 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up top of the hour. I don't see Phil Almquist. Is he doing a live rendition of today's music history?
We have time to do voicemails
Oh, we
first,
do?
though, if you want to.
Oh, beautiful.
It's just a couple.
All right, let's get to the Odyssey voicemail hopper, shall we?
Let's do this, yo.
Yeah.
1985 at Trump's Castle, and I found him to be a very attentive and efficient supervisor who ran a wonderful business and I will vote for him until the day he dies.
Okay. Well, he won't be on the ballot after this year, but what the hell? Keep firing, right? Dead people can vote. You can keep do a write-in. Vote for Trump 2032. There you go.
Good news I haven't heard you talk about. The Gordon Deal show today is stating that Trump is leading in early voting.
How would they know that?
When has that ever happened to a Republican?
How would they know that?
I know. How would that guy know that? What show is he saying?
I don't know. It's a Gordon Deal. He used to be on this station, and now he's on that other stick that you can't get outside of Roxborough.
But they're inferring, they're assuming,
Yeah, you
looking
shouldn't
at how
assume.
many right. You should. That makes a ass out of you and me, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, come on, guys.
But they're assuming based on registration or something. But what this all is, you have to be careful because you don't want to make people feel like, oh yeah, he's got this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
By the way, did you notice Will Cain almost echoed verbatim Stalker's point earlier about what echo chamber you checked in to see who won the interview last night?
Thank you. Will Cain,
Did
Greg
you send
Stalker.
copy points to Will Cain? Are you like the DNC to MSNBC?
That's such an original thought. Oh, I just got
General.
a death stare.
White liberals might be the scourge of society.
Wow.
Who?
White liberals. Here, let me start this over.
That's not nice.
Yeah, that's
General. White liberals might be the scourge of society.
Well, they are the ones I do think,
Especially white women.
I love when these
liberals.
big pauses. These guys that
Half of them identify as Catholics, and they shouldn't be because of the abortion issue. Nick, feel free to share at Thanksgiving. It should go over well.
I might have to pick up
Say
my
that to
plate
your
out back
mother-in-law.
at Thanksgiving. Yeah, they're gonna feed me out on the deck like the dog and get the leftovers. Well, there's no doubt that white liberal women suffer from TDS the most. First symptom is your eyes bulging out of your head like Glenn Walls. I think the last stage 5, is when you start to look like Rosie O'Donnell or Keith Olbermann, when you get those really big, thick glasses and your hair goes gray.
Yeah.
That's just an observation. I can't confirm that. Science, medical analysis still needed on that, though.
All right, should we get to Philip?
Yes, we should.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Thursday, October 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of Gary Puckett, frontman for Union Gap, who's 82, Eminem, who's 52, and Michael McKean from This Is Spinal Tap, who's 77. Hint, hint, hint. Heavily birthday shout-outs to Mike Hossack from the Doobie Brothers and Jim Seals of Seals & Croft. We also lost Gord Downey from the Tragically Hip on this day in 2017, and Chris Olivia from Sabotage in 93. Singles include Union of the Snake by Duran Duran in 83, Your Mama Don't Dance by Loggins and Messina in 72, and Control by Janet Jackson in 1986. Albums include 12 by 5 by the Stones in 64, Street Survivors by Leonard Skinner in 77, Stormfront by Billy Joel, Hot in the Shade by Kiss, and XYZ's debut all came out on this day in 89, Black Ice by AC/DC in 2008, and my favorite holiday album of all time, Twisted Sisters, A Twisted Christmas, came out on this day in 2006. Also in 57, for Linda Kearns, Elvis's movie Jailhouse Rock opened. In 98, the Bare Naked Ladies were atop the singles chart with 1 week, and in 81, Christopher Cross was atop the chart. But lastly, and also on this day in 89, the first band practice for 4-9 Blondes was postponed due to the earthquake that hit the Bay Area, which also disrupted Game 3 of the World Series between Oakland and San Francisco. And by the way, Game 3 of the ALCS is today at 5:08, and yes, Nick, 5:08 is a stupid time.
It is.
Completely stupid time.
It's a stupid game and a stupid series that nobody cares about.
But also want to tell Kevin thank you for actually calling into RDV yesterday and actually requested a Grateful Dead song in honor of Greg. So thank you for all that listened yesterday.
All right.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Umquist.
Nice work, Philip. Greg tried to throw you off track there by distracting you. But
I was not ready for another one.
You know how to stick to your script.
Hey, before we get to Dawn, can I do a Who on Twitter? We haven't done this in a while.
Like a month.
Who on Twitter?
I'm going to give it to Eric the Red. He is enjoying the show via the Odyssey app in your previous hometown, Nick, of Nashville, Tennessee,
Yes.
prior to heading to the Jack Daniels tour.
Yes.
He will enjoy a toast to you. Thank you, Eric the Red, listening to us in Nashville, about to go on a Jack Daniels tour at 9:55 in the morning.
Hey, I'm going to join him at 10:02. It's called the State Store. The Dawn Show is coming up at the top of the hour, and we find out what Dawn has lined up just about 5 minutes from now.
Yes, so some big moments for former President Donald J. Trump as he appeared at a Univision town hall answering some very tough questions. One that piqued our interest, in which he was asked and answered about Melania Trump. You got to hear this. So Trump talking. Yes, we'll go through the debate. We do have breaking news as well that I want to update for you on the injury, an assault of a first responder that just happened. Coming up at 10:30, we've talked a lot about crime stats and unsolved crimes. Lieutenant Chris McMullen, who's the host of Oxygen's Philly Homicide, and he's a former Philadelphia police detective. He's going to join me at 10:30, and can't wait to hear from him and talk about this big show for him. Coming up at 11:30, in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll talk about Elon Musk in Delco. We're going to talk to a Delco mom who is running for office against all odds. And you want to hear what she has to say. She is going door to door, not giving up. She is determined and making some headway. So we'll talk to Kay Duggery of Delco, all coming up on the Dawn Show.
All right, Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll be back for a fun Friday tomorrow. Sean Farish will join us at 8:30. Until then,
I love sticking people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Carol. She says triglycerides are at an all-time low and increase my well-being, while joint pains and muscle